weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the real live socialists among us, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian, because we discovered about a year and a half ago now, when we started watching real live socialists, we discovered that if we go back and we watch socialism from 3, 4, 5 years ago, that those are the talking points of the Democratic Party today. If you want a preview for the fresh hell that is coming our way at the hands of the real far left, not AOC, not Bernie Sanders, those are not real socialists, not Hassan Piker, not Vosh, those are champagne socialists, those are not the people driving the agenda, those are people dicking around in pop culture. If you want to know what's coming, you listen to the real socialist activists, the academics, the intellectuals, the ones scurrying about higher education, shilling their ideas to a captive audience of people whose brains are not fully developed enough to be able to defend themselves from it. If you want to know what's really happening, you listen to the people that are actually on the ground, doing the organizing, doing the work to bring about their socialist revolution. And trust me when I tell you, they're kicking our asses, for everyone's like, these people are mentally ill. Why are we spending so much time watching them? They're mentally ill. Yes, not Cenk Uygur. Exactly, Zachary. No, not a socialist. Not a socialist. And tonight we have an epic stream. And I don't know how long we're actually going to make it tonight. But we're going to give it the old college try. Because, well, let me start here. Does anyone remember Liberation School? Liberation School is actually the home place of one of my favorite episodes of Socialism Saturday of all time. Because it was Liberation School that brought us the 3-part class that we took a while back on how to be the very best comrade that we could be. This is one of my favorite episodes of Socialism Saturday. They go into the history of the term comrade. They talk about who gets to use the term comrade. They talk about the process for expelling people from the orders of comrade. And it's actually a really interesting show. And so we watched actually this entire class. It was in 3 parts for Socialism Saturday several months ago. And so I was kind of trolling around Liberation School's website because they have other classes as well. You can see they've got a whole long list of classes. And I was like, what else do they have that we can watch? And I ended up on their YouTube channel. And on their YouTube channel is a 6-hour women's socialism conference that took place 1 year ago tomorrow. What we might actually not end this stream until November 12th. And so this is actually going to be great. There's a beautiful symmetry to that, isn't there? They have a 6-hour women's socialism conference that they recorded live in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, because it is a 6-hour video, that will probably take us 18 and a half hours to watch. So I don't know. To be really clear, guys, I think that our target should actually be, can we make it like halfway through the video? Can we make it to the halfway point realistically? Because, of course, we just don't watch socialism on Socialism Saturday. We talk about the socialism. We break down the socialism. I explain what things mean. People ask questions in the chat. So if we were actually to endeavor to watch the full video in one sitting, I'm not actually exaggerating when I say that could take us upwards of like 18 hours to do. And though I love all of you, I just don't know that I'm ready for that type of commitment. But I will commit to this. We can watch the first half today and the second half next week. Or maybe even sometime this week. I don't know. We'll have to see how the week goes. But we are going to slowly but surely, as long as the audio doesn't crap out, as long as it's not like the most boring thing we've ever watched in the world, and we've sat through our boring stuff before. We know this is our training grounds for sitting through the most boring possible imaginable content, because if you sit through like an hour and a half of word salad, you get to that beautiful point in the back half of the presentation where they say the entire quiet part out loud, and you would never get to them saying the quiet part out loud unless you got through the hour and a half of word salad that came before it. So this is our training grounds. We can do this. I believe in all of you. Now, if there's anyone new, I want anyone new in the chat, either on YouTube or on Rumble. Let me know if I have anyone new watching Socialism Saturday for the first time, or if you're relatively new to Socialism Saturday. If you are new to Socialism Saturday, this is going to be a really good place for you to get started, because what we're going to be watching is a real event. This took place in Atlanta, Georgia 1 year ago. This is a real thing that they do all the time. And so if you want to know what the real socialists are doing, like, they'll show it to you. They record all this stuff. They put it out in the open because they don't think there are people like us that are crazy enough to actually sit our asses down and watch everything that they say and do obsessively all the time. So if you're new to Socialism Saturday, welcome. Really glad you're here. For people that are new, what you need to know is a couple of things. Number one, this is actually, even though we do have fun on this channel, we do make jokes and stuff like that, this is actually a serious teaching stream. I don't allow shit posting in the chat. I don't allow things that are distracting. That's because the people that watch this are actually trying to learn, and we are actually trying to come away with a, pardon my pun, but collective understanding of what's going on in the world. So we do actually take this seriously. You're allowed to joke. You're allowed to make fun. You're allowed to do stuff like that. But please don't be a dick. Don't insult me. Don't insult other people in the chat. No whining. If I ask you to stop doing something, just stop doing it. If you don't want to abide by my rules, you don't have to be here, that sort of thing. But more importantly, for people who are new to Socialism Saturday, socialists speak in a different language. It might sound like they are speaking English, but they are not speaking English. They are speaking socialist. You might recognize the terminology. You might recognize the vocabulary, but socialists use a completely different socialists use a completely different dictionary to define their terms. So we might use terms in common, but socialists do not use the same definitions that we use. And this is part of the problem, right? Because people who don't watch socialists, who don't know how to speak socialist, they think that they're hearing people talk English, but you're not. And so the only way to learn how to speak socialist, how to speak leftist, how to speak academic, or the best way to learn it, is to actually just immerse yourself in the culture of the socialist. And that can be a little overwhelming for people who are new. You're going to be bored. You're going to not understand what they're saying. And if you feel overwhelmed, it's not you, it's them. But I promise, if you just lean into it and allow yourself to become immersed in the experience, and you ask questions in the chat, ask questions of people who've been watching Socialism Saturday for a long time, we will help you through this. And then in a couple of weeks, it's going to be eerie. A couple of Socialism Saturdays from now, if you work through the pain and you keep coming back, you are going to start seeing socialists show up everywhere. You're going to start hearing people speak socialist in your kids' schools. You're going to start hearing people speak socialist on TV commercials. You are going to start seeing it everywhere. But you've got to push through that little learning curve at the beginning to get to the really good stuff, because once you get to the really good stuff, that's when you're going to really understand what is going on in the world. Nick, thank you for the super chat. Nick, a member of the channel for 13 months. I appreciate it. I'm betting Carlin taps out 2 hours and 40-minute mark into the video. Super chat in your bet, and let's have fun surviving tonight all. Cheers and get beer. Yes, I do have... I almost just broke my wine glass. I knocked it off my desk. Oh no, that's my conveyance mechanism for beer. Luckily, it fell on the floor, but my floor is carpeted, and it had it fell right on my knitting, so it didn't break. Everyone, go get your beer. I have a little beer cooler. I have 4 beers with me tonight, just to be sure. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Bobby says Carlin is the only one talking about this type of information. Who else is talking about the code dog whistle socialist talk? No one. No one else is talking about this the way I am, which is rather terrifying to me on several different levels. But the thing of it is, guys, is you don't have to believe anything that I tell you, because I will show you them saying every single thing that I'm telling you they're saying. I will show you them explaining the definitions of their own words. They say it out loud all the time. So you don't have to take my word for it. I've got the evidence right in front of us. We're going to watch it. It's going to be great. All right, let me see what else is going on in the chat. Yes, you will learn. I call it socialist, but socialinese. Yes, socialinese here. You will learn socialinese here. Absolutely. Let's see. Bobby says, I've got a Diet Coke and weed. That weed's going to serve you well tonight, Bobby. It is. Get some munchies, bro. All right, a couple things before we get started. Number one, if you want to support the work I'm doing, the very best way to do so is by becoming a paying supporter on my Substack, which is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. YouTube is not actually my main platform hub on the internet. I know I have a lot of subscribers here, but that's actually not where I get the most views on my work. I get the most views on my work over on my Substack, where I don't know why. It's almost as if YouTube shadow bans my content, but I get 10 times the views on my work and the clips I post over on my Substack as I do over here. So my Substack is my main content hub. It is where I post all my good stuff. It is where I post the breakdowns of the woke ideology. I post clips from Socialism Saturday. I break things down, explain them to you. And right now is the best time to become a paying supporter of my work. Because when you sign up to my Substack for $8 a month, $80 a year, not only do you get access to 2 Zoom calls with me every single week, not only do you get access to my supporter Discord, where we do movie nights on Sunday, we do writers group on Thursday, you are also going to get access to my biggest woke event infiltration ever. Because I am one of the only people out there that will go to the teacher trainings that your kids' teachers are going to, that will go to the socialism conferences myself, that will infiltrate their events, and I will sit there and I will listen to the entire thing for you so that I can then show you exactly what your kids' teachers are being taught in their professional development classes, exactly what your kids' teachers are being indoctrinated into. I will show you exactly what the socialists are saying when they think you're not listening. I am one of the only people on the internet doing this on a consistent basis. And before the end of the year, and I'm not going to tell you exactly when, because that would give it away what it is, but before the end of the year, I will be doing my biggest woke event infiltration ever. It is a multi-day teacher training conference. It is several days of content. And the way that we're going to be setting this up, and I do have people helping me out on this one, which I'm very grateful for, is you are going to get access to participate in the infiltration live. You're going to see it unfold exactly the way I see it unfold when I go undercover at these events. You are going to get to watch and listen to the presentations live before I make all the clips, before something goes viral on Twitter, before I end up being interviewed for it on the news or any of those things. You are going to get to see it first. The only way you're going to get access to this is by becoming a supporter of my work over on my Substack. You can also support on Locals Patreon, become a Twitter subscriber, become a YouTube channel member. I do strongly prefer everyone sign up for my Substack, though, if you just have to choose one, because again, that's just that is like my content hub, and so that's my preference. But whatever works best for you is fine. I will be in touch with supporters of my work as it gets closer to the event. I'm not revealing the dates of the event. Of course, I'm not revealing what the event is, because if the event knew I was coming, they might try to keep me out of it. It's not unheard of for event planners to get wind that I'm infiltrating their event and they just cancel it entirely. That's actually happened on more than one occasion. Or they try to put measures in place to keep me out, but of course I always have backup measures, and I have other people in my community that work with me as well, so they can't really do that. Anyway, if you want access to this, guys, there are people in my community who know what this event is that we're infiltrating, and it's a doozy. You are not going to want to miss it. This gets you in on the ground floor that you very rarely see, okay? So become a supporter on my Substack for $8 a month, $80 a year. And not only will you keep me in business, but you will get access to some of the craziest woke shit you've ever seen in your life. Live in person. It's going to be great. The other thing I want to show people is my Unwoke art store. This is my merchandise store where you can get all sorts of cool swag. And I just like a couple hours ago ordered myself some cool swag. I'm really digging this real Marxism line that I've got. I just ordered myself literally this sweater right here, which is is Karl Marx amongst a sea of red skulls, because real Marxism has been tried. You can get that on sweatshirts, hoodies, t-shirts, etc., mugs. You can get how about you get a bag for your college student for Christmas? They can take this back to college with them. Like, you'd have the most based college student on campus. All sorts of other great stuff too. We've got the We're All Mad Here line with the Mad Hatter. We've got the Megalomaniac line that's definitely not about the Jews. It's about cancel culture and authoritarianism. Definitely has nothing to do with the Jews at all. Don't mind the blue octopus. It's just the way it goes. And I got the Follow the White Rabbit line. All sorts of other cool stuff in the Unwoke art store. Head over to unwokeart.com if you want to check that out, get some holiday gifts. And when you become a paying supporter on my Substack, you get a code for 10% off of your entire purchase for the entire rest of the year. So you could actually just balance that out pretty much immediately if you want to get some swag for Christmas or whatever. You can get your 10% off code by becoming a member of the Substack, and then you can go and use that 10% off code in the Unwoke art store. Hey, works out great for everyone. All right. Last thing before we get started is, of course, we do have Socialism Bingo. So let me pop the Socialism Bingo link in the chat over on YouTube and in the chat over on Rumble. Welcome to RAWEWC over on Rumble. It's her first time here tonight. Hey, Zebra, welcome back. Guys, we do play Socialism Bingo. You don't win anything, but it's just to keep you interested, and it might be a good night for Socialism Bingo. Who knows? You get a free square in the middle. Then we're going for lines or we're going for corners. If you get a bingo, shout out bingo in the chat. You don't win anything, but we will give you a hearty round of applause, and then we go for blackout bingo after that, just to make sure you're paying attention. But that's our Socialism Bingo for the night. All right. With that out of the way, who is ready to begin our 6-hour journey into the Women's Socialism Conference? Now, we may have to adjust the sound a little bit. Don't worry. We will do the very best that we can to make sure the sound works for everyone. If I am significantly louder, you're having trouble hearing, let me know. But I do also want to remind everyone that everyone has a personal volume on their own computer, okay? I can't control that socialists suck at audio. We can mitigate it the best we can. The sound sounds pretty good for this one. But if there's really something that's out of whack, let me know in the chat. But also remember, you have to take responsibility for your personal audio, okay? put on some headphones. That can kind of help our way through it sometimes. It's just the way it goes. Guys, please mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to actually recommend my stream to the people who have signed up for notifications, which YouTube never, ever, ever does. Let's get this here party started. Gird your loins. Actually, I have to find the beginning, apparently.
Y'all better. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2022 Women's Socialism Conference.
How's the volume for everyone? Let me know.
I'm excited to be here with you. My name is Dartricia. I'm a PSO organizer, bookseller, and cultural worker. I'm facilitating
Raven's Poetry, thank you for the super chat. I say 3 hours, 33 minutes. Can we make it? I'm from Austria. Won't see my fiance for 6 months. I will be EDU, my nephew. Thank you so much, Carlin. Thank you so much, Raven's Poetry. I appreciate it.
in the first half of the day, and later you'll be joined by my comrade, Anne.
Comrade.
I'm honored to help chair this historic event taking place today in this room, a Women's Socialism Conference in the Deep South. Historically, the South was a bastion for socialist organizing, Black socialists to be specific. Socialists in the South were at the forefront of the labor struggle and the Jim Crow anti-apartheid struggle in the US. In this political juncture, where more and more people in the United States are rejecting capitalism and looking for an alternative, this conference and the socialist program,
Rejecting capitalism and looking for an alternative. Huh. This is about rejecting capitalism and looking for an alternative. Gosh, who has said that once or twice before? It's about rejecting capitalism and looking for an alternative.
presents are ever more relevant. We have gathered here today because the overturning of Roe v. Wade by the undemocratic Supreme Court marks a historic turning point in US politics. The latest attack on abortion and women's rights is just the latest assault in a long-ranging war. But the evisceration of abortion rights is central to a decades-long political plan by the right wing within the ruling elite to roll back all the civil and social rights.
All right. So we seem to be having some volume issues in the chat. So, guys, here's the thing. If you are not turning up the volume on your personal computer, this is not going to work out. I strongly recommend people get some headphones because that helps. I literally have the video on the highest possible volume that I can get it via the browser plugin. So this is like the volume that I have this video on is 600% louder than the volume that YouTube will allow me to put it to. Okay? And so everyone has to take responsibility for their volume on their personal computer. We can try doing it without me raising the volume to 600% via the browser plugin. But this is the way it goes. Let's just try that. And then everyone turn their personal, I will turn my microphone down. Everyone turn their personal volume up and we'll try that and we'll see how that works.
Democratic rights, won through mass organizing and struggle by the working class and oppressed in the previous decades.
Well, no, Luke, because I have their personal, okay. Guys, we literally go through this every fucking week. People need to, I will turn my microphone volume down. then what I need everyone to do on your computer is to turn your volume up or to turn the volume on your phone up. I can't turn up your volume for you. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. You must be new here.
Voting rights, LGBTQ plus rights, environmental protections, labor rights, and more are on the chopping block. The current system, capitalism, has failed to guarantee our most basic rights. The Women's Socialism Conference is a declaration of the rejection of fear, passivity, and resignation to the challenges facing the US working class and humanity today. The building of an independent mass movement of millions is the antidote to the imminent threats to our rights. But a truly democratic society, one that guarantees popular participation, housing, education, healthcare, childcare, leisure as human rights. Leisure
Now my
as
microphone is
human
on
rights.
low. Let me know how the sound is.
It will take fighting for socialism. Socialism is the expansion of democracy once and for all. The people united have the power to change society. Thank you for joining us today as we make a case for an independent mass movement and a socialist future.
All
The
right,
Party for
sounds more balanced now. Excellent. Oh, their volume just went out. What happened to their volume? What happened to their sound? Why did their sound go out? What the fuck just happened? Why can't I hear them? What just happened?
The book is meant for people to engage citizens, people.
Okay, I guess their audio just went out. Okay. But it comes back. There it is.
Right here in Atlanta, the PSL regularly holds political education events. We organize for housing and healthcare rights. We hold protests and marches against racism, sexism, war, and more. Our organizers here today are committed to fighting for a socialist future.
Child screaming in the background.
Women and LGBTQ
Socialists don't have kids, but child is screaming in the background.
Will you fight with us?
No, honey, no.
I thought y'all were gonna leave me hanging. Socialism is the alternative to capitalism's war on women. Socialism represents a future where we.
What? Socialism is the what is it? The answer to capitalism's war on women? Pop quiz for the chat. Why does capitalism have a war on women? What does she mean when she says capitalism's war on women? What does she mean? Socialism is the alternative to capitalism's war on women. What does that mean? Socialists believe that capitalism created the gender binary, which some might call the patriarchy, because capitalism put women in the home with the duty of doing the unpaid labor of raising the future generation of proletariat workers and thus reproducing capitalism in the nuclear family through social reproduction theory. I should call it socialist reproduction theory, but it's not. It's called social reproduction theory. And it put men in the working world where they were making the money and therefore having all the power. Capitalism created this dynamic, whereas, and I'm saying what socialists believe, prior to capitalism, all sorts of non-binary trans people were leading in their communities. Yes, I do actually have them on tape saying this. And it was capitalism that came in and created the patriarchy. That's what that means.
I thought y'all were gonna leave me hanging. Socialism is the alternative to capitalism's war on women. Socialism represents a future where we, the workers, the 99%, have reclaimed political and economic power away from the wealthy, corrupt 1%, and we will have ended the capitalist class rule of oppression, exploitation, violence, and neglect. Under capitalism, where our bodies are objectified, when we are sexually, physically, and verbally abused in our homes, streets, and workplace, capitalism and class society has created strict gender roles and has assigned women to be second-class citizens, especially Black, Indigenous, and brown women.
Oh, look at that. She just basically said that capitalism created the gender binary to put women in oppressive gender roles, but it with a special emphasis on Black, Indigenous women, because we got to get our intersectionality points in too. She just said what we've heard them say over and over and over again.
Today, at this dire time in our history, where women's lives are on the line, children's lives are on the line, and the future of women and LGBTQ plus rights are on the line, like the brave revolutionary women before us, we must fight. We fight for the rights we fight for the rights we deserve once and for all. Together we are unstoppable. They started this war, we'll finish it.
When will they get the rights they deserve? What does victory look like? This is a pop quiz for the chat. When do socialists believe that they will get the rights that they deserve? What outcome are they looking for? What is the only outcome that they're looking for? The only outcome that they will ever deem successful. When the communist utopia arrives, exactly. When capitalism is gone, they will have the rights they deserve. Because remember, socialists believe that capitalism is to blame for all inequities, that is, disparity in outcome. They believe that capitalism is responsible for all inequities that ever existed. So the only solution to get them the rights they deserve is when capitalism is gone, is when they get their communist utopia, the perpetual revolution, when the communist utopia arrives, when the Marxist utopia arrives, when the Marxist utopia arrives. And by the way, they do consider the revolution to be perpetual, so that won't even really be enough for them. But they do believe that when capitalism is destroyed, then they will have fixed racism, they will have fixed misogyny, they will have gotten rid of the patriarchy, they will have fixed transphobia. As long as the capitalism being gone is the key to all of this. When they overthrow capitalism, when they usher in the utopia, exactly, guys, well done, good job.
We have the power to make possible what they say is impossible, and that is what today is about. So thank you for bringing your revolutionary energy here today. We have nothing to lose but our chains. So let's get into it. I want to go over what we can expect for today's conference. We have a lot of exciting things on the schedule.
We're very excited.
In this space, we have a photo wall and posters of original artwork created by members of the PSL. The posters are also on sale at the merchandise table, which you can find over here. There we also have exclusive conference t-shirts to commemorate this historic event. You want it, it's a keepsake. The shirts were handcrafted by PSL members at the Atlanta Liberation Center in the historic Vine City, where we base some of our organizing. If you have
PSL, by the way, stands for Party for Socialism and Liberation. That's what that means.
Haven't been to the Atlanta Liberation Center, I want to invite you all to come by. For everyone here who is interested in becoming a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, please speak with any members here today about getting involved and exchange contact information. Also, please look inside your folders. Each of you should have received a half-page form to sign up to become an organizer with the PSL. After filling them out, you can drop them in the big red box at the back of the room. In addition to the merch table, we have a PSL table with our literature and books which are on sale today. We're excited because today we have copies of the new PSL Socialist Reconstruction.
Get your book, y'all.
This book takes a deep dive to explore what life could look like under socialism here in the United States. The book is meant for people to engage in conversation about a socialist future and for you to win people over to the socialist cause. There's also a Breaking the Chains magazine table.
Do conservatives have that? Do conservatives have any sort of book or plan or vision for a conservative future that they can use to have people who want conservative values to get them excited about what their vision is? Do conservatives have anything like that at all? That's why these people win and why the right loses.
Make sure you check out that table. because Breaking the Chains is the only socialist feminist magazine in print in the country today. And it contains top notch, elite, okay, analysis, poems, and original artwork in color. There's also a Fighters of Forest at Columbia Tenants Association table.
Is this serious? You think the Bible is the vision for the conservative future and you wonder why you guys are losing? That's got to be a joke, Carol. Come on.
The Tenants Association was formed to fight back against racist mass evictions that were set to take place this past summer. The PSL has.
Guys, if you are seriously suggesting that the Bible is the succinct, clear vision for the conservative future of America, that's fucking delusional. That is delusional on like a whole new level. And if you want to know why you will never, ever, 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 ever beat these people, like this is your answer, because you think that the Bible is the clear, succinct vision for a conservative future in America. Bro, come on. That's not serious.
Has been working closely with the association. Please make sure you visit the table and offer support to the tenants who are leading the struggle against a big housing corporation. We would also like to offer a very special thanks to the neighborhood church, which has been phenomenal. We are very grateful for them for hosting our conference at this incredible venue. I'm not a Christian, but Jesus was a.
You can have all the feelings you want, but if conservatives, the enemy that you claim to be fighting, is publishing books, pamphlets, magazines, doing conferences, talking about their current today vision for a socialist future. They do this all the time, perpetually, around the clock. And they do this to organize people politically to get them excited about their vision for a socialist future. If your answer to that is read the Bible, you have just handed everything over to them. This is not a serious discussion. The Bible is not a vision for a conservative future in America. It is not. It is not in any way. Most people who profess to be Christian have never read their own fucking Bible. These people are producing materials that will be read, that will be shared, that they will have book clubs on, that they will have classes on, that they will do entire events on. And if your answer to that is, read the Bible, that's a joke, bro. That is a joke. That is not a serious discussion. I'm sorry. If you are incapable of making a pamphlet or a book or anything that is current with a clear vision of what you want to do in America, then don't complain when these people kick your asses, because they're doing it. Why can't you create a vision for what you want to do in the country?
The socialists. So we riding. You can find the bathrooms out the door and down the hall, down to your right or your left, my right. On this floor, we have a women's restroom and a gender neutral restroom. And just above us, we have men's and women's, and down in the basement, there's also additional restrooms. But really, truly, use whatever restroom you need to. We're socialists. We have lots of snacks and refreshments located to my left, your right. You will notice that we do not have many breaks to the program, so please feel free to get up, stretch, use the restroom, or grab food at any point in the conference. We have a packed day and a limited amount of time. Now, let's take a look inside the registration packet together. You'll find a program which we'll go over in a moment, and you will also find a small notebook and a pen for notes, also a colored paper, a sheet of song lyrics that you can set aside for now, and a letter addressed to Biden. We will use these materials during our Red Table Talk sessions today. In your packet,
conservatives don't really care what guides other people, then you guys are going to lose. Try not to cry too hard when it happens. I know that you have lied to yourself into believing. This is the last thing I'm going to say to you, bro, because this is not a serious conversation. If you are incapable of do you want to know why you lost in this past week's elections, conservatives? Do you want to know why you lost in 2022? Do you want to know why you will lose in 2024? Because you are utterly incapable of articulating a vision for the country. And you don't take it seriously at all. When you're saying, we just have the Bible and Jesus will guide our way, bro, you are going to lose every single election for the rest of your life. You are going to allow these people to win because you couldn't get your shit together enough to write down some fucking bullet points about what your vision is for the country. This is why you lose and why they win. Try not to cry too hard when it continues to happen for every election for the rest of your life.
you will see the program or agenda for today.
First, I got to pop out for 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back.
We have an open plenary, then the first Red Table Talk session, a special interlude, a very exciting keynote speaker, and a closing plenary. I want to explain what a Red Table Talk session is. It is a session where we will be combining group activities and presentations. Don't get us confused with Jada Pinkett Smith. We're communists, and we like the color red. Look around at the people at your table. This is your base group, which you'll be doing your activities with. At some point, you should say hello to one another, introduce yourselves with your name, pronouns, and what you're hoping to get out of today's conference. Some important reminders. Please put your cell phone on silent. I'll call you out, or vibrate. If you need to take a call, please step outside. Please. We don't want to hear your phone conversation. COVID reminders. Please only remove your mask during snacking and drinking.
All right, this is the last. What are you even doing here? This is the last thing I'm going to say to this guy. What are you even doing here then? What are you even doing here? If you don't want to learn from these people and why they are these people are literally decades ahead of where you are. They are kicking your ass. They own the schools that are going to educate your children. They own every institution in our society. And your answer to that is, we don't want to be like them, so we're not going to use them as an example. What the fuck are you even doing here then? Why are you wasting your time? Why are you even bothering, dude? What is the point? You want to hand the country over to these people because you're fucking too lazy to write down some fucking bullet points about what your vision is for the country? Get the fuck out of here, bro. You don't belong here. Honestly. Don't waste your fucking time. Go watch an old video of Nick Fuentes or whatever you want to do, but you're wasting your time here if you think there's nothing that you can learn from these people and that you're not going to try to counter them in any way and that you're not going to try to do anything but pray to Jesus that he's going to save you and deliver you from the socialist. Get the fuck out of here.
Try to keep it up as much as possible and use the hand sanitizer. We got plenty.
Jesus Christ.
Let's do our part to keep each other safe, healthy, and organizing. If you need a new mask, they're located at the registration table. Speakers will remove their mask when they come up. The event is being live streamed and recorded. If you want to share the link with someone, visit PSL Atlanta social media pages on Twitter, IG, and Facebook. Our handle is @PSL Atlanta. We're also live streaming this on the PSL National YouTube account called Liberation News. Now, I've been talking a lot. Without any further delay, we're going to dive into our program. Nat Villasana is our first speaker. She'll be speaking on the roots of women's oppression under capitalism and class society.
Oh, good.
Where women were women always oppressed historically? How did this begin, and how do we overcome it? Nat is an organizer with the PSL. Nat has worked in software development for 5 years and is currently studying art direction at the Atlanta Metropolitan College. Please welcome Nat.
Hi, everyone.
Better sound.
morning.
Yay.
We're
Good
here today
morning.
to bring people together in the fight for women's rights, to fight for the advancement of women, because women are treated as second-class citizens in this country, and it's a hard reality that we have to face every day. Women's oppression is multiplied by racism, anti-LGBTQ bigotry, ableism, ageism, and more. There are infinite factors that divide us and make us different from each other, and these divisions are built into the capitalist society that we live in.
Ding, ding, ding.
Early laws of the United States describe a democracy where all men were created equal. But of course, we know this was a lie from the beginning.
All right.
The
Sage, you're now going to stop whining and complaining in my chat. You've been told what this is. You've been told what's expected of you. If you are not going to contribute productively and you're going to continue to whine and complain that I correctly told you that your Bible is not a vision for the conservative future of America, I'm going to remove you from the chat, bro. This is a time for you to open your fucking ears and listen to what's being said. And if you don't want to do that, you don't have to be here.
The Declaration of Independence was written by slave owners, and it allowed only white men with property to vote or wield political power. The United States was founded on the genocide of hundreds of millions of Native people, the brutal enslavement of tens of millions of African people, and the subjugation of women. All of this was driven by a common principle of valuing wealth over human life. So women's rights have greatly expanded since the founding of the United States, but we can't forget that every victory for women's rights was fought for by women themselves. Women's lives are devalued in a unique way in US society, where we're forced into some of the worst jobs and subject to some of the worst forms of violence. So we ask, why are women treated this way in society? Why does this happen? And the truth actually is that it goes down to the very root of how our society is organized. There's a small group of owners, just a handful of billionaires who own the vast wealth of society. And they're concerned with accumulating as much wealth as possible.
This is not what's being said. If you're new here and I don't recognize you, so I know that I'm pretty sure you're new here, this is not what's being said, guys. She is not saying that every man in the West is constantly plotting to keep her down. That is a right-wing talking point. That is not a left-wing reality. That is not what they're saying. What they are saying is capitalism created the gender binary that put women in oppressive roles in the home where they did the unpaid labor of raising the future generation of proletariat worker, while men went out into the working world and made all the money and had all the power. Okay, you are new, so no harm, no foul, bro. And listen, everyone's been new here once, so I understand why you're saying this. I really, really do. But what we're doing on this show is trying to break down what the left actually believes, because sometimes, exactly like this talking point is a right-wing interpretation of what the left believes, but it's not what they actually believe. So the problem, and why we take the time to distinguish between what the right thinks is going on and what the left actually believes, is if you are solving for a problem that is not the correct problem, then nothing you do will be effective, right? And so if you're approaching this from the fact that they hate men and Western values, that's not actually what they believe at all. The real socialists, we will watch this entire 6-hour socialism conference. You will never once hear them talk about Western values. They don't talk about Western values at all. You're going to hear them talk about capitalism, 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 capitalism over and over and over and over and over again. That's what they believe created the gender binary. And they want to get rid of women just as much as they want to get rid of men. They don't think that men are keeping women down. They think that capitalism is keeping women down. Okay? So if you have questions, and again, I said this earlier, but a lot more people have joined us since I said this. If you're new, if you have questions, no, capitalism is not a Western value. No, wrong. Asians participate in capitalism oftentimes better than Americans do, bro. This again, right-wing talking point, not like, how is it that people on the right believe that like Asians come to America and create like all these small businesses? Like, where do you think all these like Korean-owned businesses, like Asian-owned massage parlors, fucking nail businesses, like whatever, like Asians are usually better at participating in capitalism than people in the West. So can we stop pretending that capitalism is just for white people that grew up in the West? That's just fundamentally not true. Not true at all. Right-wing talking point, not left-wing reality in any way, shape, or form. So for people who are new, if you have questions about what people are saying, please put them in the chat. I will do my very best to break it down for you. I know some of this is very confusing. Just remember that socialists use the same vocabulary as we use, but they use a completely different dictionary. Okay, so they have different definitions of the terms. So if you have questions, please ask them, and I will do my very best to make sure everything is broken down in a clear and precise manner.
And they have the power to do that. But it hasn't always been like this. Women were not always oppressed. For the majority of human history, societies were organized where everyone's life depended on each other's mutual cooperation and contribution. Everyone did different kinds of work. Some people cooked, hunted, farmed, took care of children, but the oppression of women didn't exist. There could be division of.
That's not what they're talking about, Luke. They're talking about private property. That is... Luke, you've been around long enough to know better. It is an absurd notion that when these people... It is a fucking absurd notion that when these people quite literally never talk about Western values and they say capitalism, 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 private property, private property, private property, private property, private property, private property, private... When they say these things over and over and over and over and over again, and they never, ever talk about Western values, not once in the year and a half that I've been watching them, and then right-wingers come into my chat and said, you know what they really mean, Carlin? They really mean Western values. No, they fucking don't. Please, I will beat this shit out of you if you do not want to get your head around it. That doesn't fucking matter. And the reason I'm getting angry now is you have been around my channel long enough to know better. That is not what we're doing here, Luke. God damn it. We will sit here all fucking night watching this because my chat would rather argue than listen. They would rather, well, that's not what they really mean, and that's not the real definition. And just because we've lost to these people over and over and over and over and over again, doing this thing where we're debunking them every step of the way. Luke, let me do me a favor, Luke. Do me a favor, Luke. Next time you go to a socialist event, you go in there and you go, excuse me, but private property was defined by John Locke as X, Y, B, and Z, and that's why you're all wrong about everything that you're doing in the world. And you see how that goes for you. You see if that solves the problem. You see if every socialist at that event gets up and goes, you know what? That guy is right. We don't have the definitions correct. Let's all go home and become capitalists now. Let's just get out of the schools entirely. That one guy who told us we didn't have the definition correct, like, you know what? We never thought of that. Sorry. You do that and you see how that works out for you, bro, okay?
Work by gender, but it was not forced or exploitative. Food, clothes, shelter, and tools that people made went toward everyone's collective benefit. But as time went on, agriculture advanced, communities were able to produce more than what the collective needed, able to produce a surplus. Some communities continued to practice collective ownership, where the surplus benefited everyone, but in other communities, a struggle developed over who would own the surplus. This actually marked the introduction.
When they attack individualism, they mean individualism and meritocracy, which means capitalism. You cannot have a capitalist society without individualism and meritocracy. They can't get rid of capitalism as long as individualism and meritocracy are valued in our society. They argue about individualism because they are collectivists, which is we put the individual first, they put the group first.
Of private property, which was a fundamental change in human history. This change took place over the course of centuries, but it created a new type of society where the collective good took a backseat to private property.
Private property!
Society, owners did not see all people as humans anymore. They saw them as a means.
This is the origin point for whiteness. What she's talking about right now, every single day I'm asked, why does whiteness mean capitalism? She is about to explain to you why they define whiteness as capitalism, okay? Because these people believe that capitalism created slavery when slaves were brought to America and literally made people as private property, and the white people, which they didn't consider themselves to be white until they came to America, the English, the Irish, the French, the German, etc., anyone who was a property owner, because whiteness means the property owner, is contrasted with blackness, who were the slaves or the property at that time. And this is what created systemic racism. And so the source of systemic racism is capitalism. Luke, if you are not going to fucking listen, then I'm going to ban you from the chat. You're going to stop the disruption right now. If you are not going to listen, I am going to ban you from the chat. So let's rewind a little bit and we're going to listen to this. Actually marked the introduction of private property, collective ownership. Okay.
Practice collective ownership, where the surplus benefited everyone.
Hi, Luke.
But in other communities, a struggle developed over who would own the surplus. This actually marked the introduction of private property, which was a fundamental change in human history. This change took place over the course of centuries, but it created a new type of society where the collective good took a backseat to private property. In this new society, owners did not see all people as humans anymore. They saw them as a means to make more wealth, as workers who could be forced to produce things, no longer for a collective, but to make individuals rich.
There it is.
People with the capacity.
That's what individualism is. That's what she just described is why they need to attack individualism.
To bear children, were forced into doing only this to produce workers to continue to make owners rich.
That's social reproduction theory.
So we see
what she just said is social reproduction theory, is that we need to continue to produce children to make people rich. What she means is the bourgeois oppresses the workers, which is the proletariat class, and the proletariat class within the nuclear family needs to keep producing children to make sure the bourgeois have enough workers to continue to make money and to make people rich. Let's listen to that again. And this is why, guys, this is why I don't allow disruption in my chat, because every single time that someone spends their time arguing with me and they go, well, Carlin, that's not really what that means for reason X, Y, B, and Z, and blah, 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 blah. What it means is they're not actually listening to what the socialists are saying. They're just talking in order to be fucking disruptive. And the purpose of doing this exercise is to listen to what these people are saying. So if you're not here to listen, then go watch something else. Honestly.
To produce things, no longer for a collective, but to make individuals rich. People with the capacity to bear children were forced into doing only this, to produce workers to continue to make owners rich.
That's how capitalism
So we see
created
that the root of women's oppression actually shares a common root with slavery and LGBTQ oppression, where sexuality and the way you want to live is controlled, where you're told that your body doesn't belong to you, and you're forced to do work that you don't want to do. Over time, an oppressive family structure was created.
That's a nuclear family.
Men's dominance over a small group.
That's a nuclear family.
While women can enter the workforce today and can legally own property and have some independent rights, the families today in society still represent
the small group of that's the nuclear family that she's talking about. Beth says, thank you for your service, veterans. I agree. Thank you, veterans, for your service. Kyle says, so they actually define it that way because of slavery. Are they aware? This doesn't matter. Guys, okay, for anyone that's new, I need you to start resisting the urge to debunk every single thing these people say. Because, again, Kyle, go give it a try sometime. I've been to socialist conferences. I bet you haven't. Why don't you go give it a try sometime to go to a socialist event and say, did you know that there were all other types of slavery in the world, and this is all the other things that have happened in the world? And then watch what they're going to do, because they're not going to say, you know what, Kyle, we never thought of that. I guess we have really lost our way as socialists. The goal is not to debunk every single thing that they say. The goal is to understand them. If you are not here to understand them, get the fuck out. If you are going to be chatting in every single second, trying to debunk every single thing these people say, all that means is you're not listening. This is about listening, and this is about understanding. There is no value to us in debunking every single thing these people say. Because if that was the goal, we would never actually learn what they believe. So if that's what you're here for, go away. We don't want that. We'll be here all fucking night with this bullshit. What they are saying is unfortunately reflected in far too many academic conferences. This is the point. What they are saying in this conference is what kids in college are learning. It's what kids in high school are learning. It's what kids in middle school are learning. This is what they teach each other, and we need to understand what they're teaching each other in order to defeat it. And if you're spending all your time fucking debunking shit in the chat and acting morally superior, then you're not listening and you're not learning. All right, I'm going to rewind a little bit because she's saying a lot. And I just want to let this play through and listen to what she's saying.
Some communities continue to practice collective ownership, where the surplus benefited everyone. But in other communities, a struggle developed over who would own the surplus. This actually marked the introduction of private property, which was a fundamental change in human history. This change took place over the course of centuries, but it created a new type of society where the collective good took a backseat to private property. In this new society, owners did not see all people as humans anymore. They saw them as a means to make more wealth.
Slavery.
As workers who could be forced to produce things, no longer for a collective, but to make individuals rich.
Capitalism.
People with the capacity to bear children were forced into doing only this.
Gender
to produce
binary.
Workers to continue to make owners rich. So
That's
we
social
see that the
reproduction
root
theory.
of women's oppression actually shares a common root with slavery and LGBTQ oppression, where sexuality and the way you want to live is controlled, where you're told that your body doesn't belong to you, and you're forced to do work that you don't want to do.
Capitalism.
Over time, an oppressive family structure was created, which established men's dominance over a small group.
Gender
While women
binary.
can enter the workforce today and can legally own property and have some independent rights, the family today and society still represents a key unit of how the economic system is organized.
Abolish the family.
In the family, women carry out the vast majority of labor in the household,
Gender binary,
and in elder care. The family form has persisted throughout thousands of years. Many of the values, traditions, and cultural norms that
this is the way of exposing them, Albert. Listening to what they're saying, making clips of what they're saying, and making sure people actually understand what they're saying instead of constantly trying to debunk them and spending the first hour of my stream not even getting through the first 30 minutes of this presentation because they can't sit their asses down and listen. This is how they get exposed. This is the hard part. This is why these streams take so fucking long.
That developed to explain and justify men's supremacy have been carried over as well. Patriarchy, or supremacy of men, did not exist for the majority of human history. It's important to understand the origins of
gender
women's
binary,
oppression,
gender
not
binary.
as a history lesson, but because by understanding that oppression has not always existed, we can understand that it doesn't have to exist forever either. Okay. Today we live under a capitalist system where the capitalists own the means of production, meaning land, factories, transportation systems, and banks.
The means of production means private property, okay? That's what you need to learn, is like what the capitalists own is private property. They want to get rid of all private property and make all the means of production within control of the state.
The rest of us, the majority of people who don't own these things, are forced to work on these means of production. And we...
Yes, I mean, she said capitalism created the patriarchy like 15 times within the first, 5 minutes of her speech.
Make up the working class. Capitalists own our housing, healthcare, jobs, and education. They control
all those things
our lives.
Are private property.
But all of these things...
So this woman's already a fucking gold mine. So when she says capitalists own our housing, our healthcare, our education, that means they want all of those elements to be within the public domain, to be collectivized. That means they want to get rid of your ability to own your own home because they think that all housing should be owned by the state. They want to get rid of your ability to have a private doctor, private health insurance, because they believe that all healthcare should be provided by the state. They want to get rid of your ability to homeschool your children, have private schools for your children, because they believe that all education should be provided by the state. That's why she listed those three in particular. Let's listen again.
Class. Capitalists own our housing, healthcare, jobs, and education.
Bro, Kyle, stop the bullshit right. Bro, if you are not here to learn, then get the fuck out. Stop whining. Stop disrupting my chat. If you are not here to learn, then go somewhere else. If you keep it up, I'm just going to remove you entirely so you stop disrupting. Guys, I keep trying to explain this. This is a fucking class, okay? If you were to walk into a college class and just start giving wrong answer after wrong answer after wrong answer, and then whining when the teacher told you were wrong, and then crying when the teacher told you were wrong, and then continuing to argue with the fucking teacher, you would be kicked out of the class. Consider this my fucking classroom. If you are not here to learn from what we have on the screen, you're not here to listen to me, get the fuck out.
They control our lives. But all of these things are basic human needs, and they're organized on the basis of profit. The rich can close hospitals, they can evict families, they can expand prisons, all in the interest of filling their pockets, no matter the cost to the environment or to the majority of people. This tiny minority would not be able to hold on to power in this country without keeping the working class divided. Patriarchy, white supremacy, and all forms of bigotry flourish under capitalism. Institutions uphold the capitalist rule in the form of the government, the courts, the police, and mass media. Stories are made up to rationalize the horrors of women's oppression, that women aren't as smart, that some people are inherently worse than others, and these lies impact our society in far-reaching ways. These stories are told to justify the exploitation of women. Outside of public life, work is hidden inside the home, undervalued and unpaid, and forced onto women. This is some of the most important work that keeps our society running. Childcare, cooking, cleaning, work that's characterized falsely as women's work, but is forced onto women, especially women of color. And doing low-paid work in private homes also leaves women exposed to patriarchal violence and abuse. Oppressive cultural norms and values justify this extra exploitation, but if the whole working class, the majority of people, were oppressed the exact same way, then it would be easy to come together, overcome the forces that divide us, and overpower our common oppressor in the capitalists. Women make up the majority of many of the professions bearing the heaviest brunt of the pandemic. 74% of healthcare practitioners are women, over 98% of elementary and middle school teachers are women, and 94% of childcare workers are women. During the pandemic, hundreds of thousands of women were forced out of the workforce. But actually, a socialist organization of society would create the basis to end women's oppression. That would mean that by simply changing who controls and owns the vast means of production, every person would now be guaranteed housing, food, healthcare, childcare, retirement, and all their basic needs as guaranteed rights.
She just said that the way that we solve for misogyny and the patriarchy is that we get rid of capitalism and instead we do socialism. What she's saying there is not like conservatives would hear that and they would completely misinterpret it, because I can already hear what's going on in my head. Conservatives are going to hear what she just said and they're going to go, they want the women to control everything. That's what it is. They want to keep the men down and they want the women to control everything. That's not what she just said. That's not what she just said. What she said is, because she believes, she's already said it 15 ways from Sunday in this presentation, she believes capitalism created the gender binary that put women in oppressive roles and men in power roles. That is what the patriarchy is. And that if we just get rid of capitalism and replace it with socialism, then we will be changing the ownership of the means of production from the privatized private property to the collective, which means the government, the state owns everything. And when we do that, we will fix misogyny, we will fix education, we will fix healthcare, we will completely get rid of the gender binary, because the gender binary will not exist under socialism and it has nothing to do with women replacing men. That's not what she's talking about happening. What she's talking about is getting rid of private property. Private property being your home. Private property being your right to privately homeschool your children. Private property meaning healthcare. They want to publicize all of that. Private property meaning they want the nuclear family to be abolished. They want to take away your parental rights over your kids because they want everything collectivized. That's what their solution to the patriarchy is that we get rid of capitalism, we make everything part of the collective, we make everything public. Do people understand that? We're going to listen to this part again, but does everyone understand what I just explained? I'm trying to find where she started this. There it is. Yes. So this is really important, guys. Anytime you hear them talk about private property, that means also getting rid of your parental rights. Socialists do not believe in parental rights. They want to abolish all parental rights because they believe that in the nuclear family, children are considered to be the private property of their parents, and it is the job of the socialists to liberate, free them, free children from the adult supremacy of their parents. They believe, like Scientologists, that children are just adults in little bodies that can make all their decisions for themselves. And they also believe that children should be raised by the collective. It takes a village. They believe that children should have multiple sets of parents and that it should not be based on biological kinship. All right. Let's listen to her explain this again, and just really keep in mind she's talking about getting rid of private property as a solution to the gender binary. Yeah, you need to watch Logan's Run again. You need to watch Brave New World, 1984, Fahrenheit 451, Animal Farm, The Giver, etc., etc.
So, but actually, a socialist organization of society would create the basis to end women's oppression. That would mean that by simply changing who controls and owns the vast means of production, every person would now be guaranteed housing, food, healthcare, childcare, retirement, and all their basic needs as guaranteed rights.
Guaranteed rights means the state is going to provide you with everything you need, kind of like in North Korea.
The gender pay gap and undervaluing of women's work could essentially be overturned overnight.
The reason the gender pay gap, and well, which doesn't really exist, but we're living in the realm of socialist right now. The reason that the gender pay gap and the undervaluing of women's work would be quote unquote overturned is that in the socialist utopia, you would be assigned a job. And if you didn't do that job, you wouldn't be able to eat. And so there would be no more pay gap because there'd be no more rich, there'd be no more poor, there'd be no more property owners. Everyone would be part of the party. Everyone would get assigned a job as a means of like producing resources that the collective needs. And so everyone would be the same. No rich, no poor, no private property, no individualism, no meritocracy, no haves, no have-nots. That's why it would get rid of the quote-unquote gender pay gap.
A government in the hands of class-conscious workers would also remove billionaires from power and instead launch initiatives to advance women's equality and liberation.
That means that the gender binary would be eliminated. The only way that you achieve women's equality, which really she meant equity there, she didn't mean equality. The only way you achieve women's equity is by eliminating the gender binary entirely, which is to create a world full of theys, they, thems. That's the really scary stuff. We'll see how far they get into that today.
It's been more than 40 years since the end of mass feminist activism in the United States, and it's time to rebuild a mass movement to take up the struggle for complete equality for all women. Okay.
That means eliminating the gender binary.
We can't only play defense or sit back as our rights are stripped away. It's time for a new women's movement, one that's linked and inherently part of movements for low-wage workers, for LGBTQ liberation, immigrant rights, and Black liberation. We have a shared interest in the struggle for a new society. Our futures are bound together because our power is in our unity. We are not victims, we are survivors, and we will win our liberation.
Liberation means to free yourself from capitalism. See, if I just yell at people for the first hour and 20 minutes of the stream, eventually everyone calms down and then we can actually get down to business. This is what I'm learning in Socialism Saturday, that I'm going to need to yell at least 5 or 6 people for the first hour of the stream, and eventually we'll get to a place where we can actually be productive.
All power to the working class, y'all. Thank you, Nat. That was a grounding talk. This helps us set the stage as we move into the opening plenary. The opening plenary will consist of 9 different speakers who will highlight the various forms of oppression facing the working class today and our democratic rights that are under attack by the ultra-right-wing Supreme Court and the capitalist ruling class. Our first speaker in the plenary session will be Sarah Bromett. She's an educator, mother, and PSL community organizer who lives in Pensacola. She will be speaking on ecological disaster and climate change, an existential crisis under capitalism. Give it up for Sarah.
Bill says, Carlin, YouTube would not show me where you were live and I follow you. Do you understand how suppressive that is? Ain't nothing I can do about it, Bill. I mean, YouTube has been shadow banning me since 2020. So there's nothing really that I can do about it, except for the fact that I go live at very consistent times every single week. I go live Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. I go live on Saturdays at 6 p.m. And so I can't control whether or not YouTube notifies people that I'm live or shows you that I'm live. What you can do is make sure you're checking back on Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. or Saturdays at 6 p.m. You can also mount the like button for me. You can make sure you're subscribed. You can make sure you have notifications turned on, et cetera, et cetera. I'm very sorry YouTube's not doing what it should be doing, but I don't really have any control over that.
Hello, everyone. Year after year, environmental disasters devastate working class communities across the globe. 2022 is no exception. In the US alone, the summer has been marked by intense heat waves in California, deadly flooding in Kentucky, and extreme destruction from Hurricane Ian in Florida. Some of you may have noticed just this week, another hurricane hit the peninsula of Florida, Hurricane Nicole, the second latest hurricane landfall in the history of the United States. As these so-called natural disasters have increased in frequency, magnitude, and unpredictability, it has become apparent that they are anything but natural. As scientists have warned for decades, climate change is here, and it is the driving force behind these catastrophic events. The data we have...
Climate change is one of the things that socialists are going to use to gain...
Here in the United
Socialists don't really care about climate change. They don't really care about it at all. They care about it in the same way that they care about what's going on in the Middle East, which is that they don't actually care about what's going on in the Middle East at all. They are using it to achieve one of their 4 goals, which is to gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. So what you're going to hear in this section is that she's going to say, climate change is here. Climate change is bad. Climate change means we're all going to die. Do you know what created climate change? Capitalism. It was the evil capitalists. It was the capitalists who put profit over the environment, who put money over humanity. And if we just abolish capitalism, then we're going to be able to fix climate change. That's what she's going to say. Watch for it.
States, it is overwhelmingly the poor, especially poor women and people of color, who are most impacted by these disasters.
That's
Poor
equity.
people are the least able to afford to evacuate, let alone move. We are the least able to fortify our homes against the impacts of floods, strong winds, and so on. And women are more likely to be single heads of household as caregivers for children or for disabled or elderly family members. An entire household on a single income with no support and little notice is almost impossible. These are the people who are left behind when climate change ravages our communities. In 2020, my family and I experienced this firsthand when Hurricane Sally hit the Gulf Coast. Sally was forecasted to make landfall hours away, but because the Gulf waters are so warm, the models were wrong. The storm intensified much faster than predicted and drastically changed course. Nobody that we know had the time or the money to evacuate or even board up their windows. We were forced to ride it out. We survived, but our home was seriously damaged. We spent months effectively homeless, sleeping on floors, or even eventually living in a camper with no running water with both of our children and all of our pets. Our story is not unique, and we were luckier than most. After a year of instability and fear, we were able to move back into our home. But we know that it could happen again at any point. As climate change worsens, it's only a matter of time. And this is the reality for millions of people across the United States. Meanwhile, the capitalist US government fails to act at every level. It has failed to make any meaningful steps to slow, stop,
Capitalist
or reverse
US
climate
government.
change. It has abandoned even the insufficient climate agreements it has entered and has neglected to address the ecological devastation wrought by fossil fuel companies, big agribusiness.
Why are those evil capitalists not helping us? Why are those evil capitalists not doing this? If we just got rid of capitalism, then we would be able to fix climate change. It's the capitalist US government that prevents us from solving this problem.
By deforestation and so on. It has failed to protect those in the most at-risk areas. There are no resettlement plans, no centralized attempts to harden our communities against floods and fires, and unlike in socialist Cuba, there are no organized evacuation efforts to make sure our people get out to.
Even the socialists in Cuba are better off than the capitalists in the United States. Why can't we be socialists like Cuba?
Safety ahead of a storm. Finally, it has failed to offer meaningful relief to those impacted by disasters. The US government criminally underfunds disaster relief, and people are left to figure it out for themselves. After Sally destroyed my home, FEMA offered me $100. It is an insult. And that was $100 more than some people got. Where it doesn't fail to act, the US government actively contributes to climate change. The US military is the #1 polluter in the world. And
the capitalist US government is the #1 contributor to climate change. See? Cami says, is anyone else screaming at their screen? This is hard to listen to. Cami, if you think this is hard to listen to, then remind yourself that this is what is being taught in K through 12 schools to your children every single day. That's not a joke. This is what's being taught to them in public taxpayer-funded schools every single day.
Has a bigger carbon footprint than over 100 countries. The US and other highly developed imperialist nations are disproportionately responsible for this crisis. Meanwhile, global South countries, which have been exploited by colonialism and imperialism, are struggling to overcome underdevelopment, are especially vulnerable to the heat waves, to the floods, the droughts, and the storms that come with climate change. Technology and science that should be shared with the world collectively to deal with climate change is instead hoarded and imprisoned by the patents of the US.
That means capitalism.
The US Supreme Court, an unelected body of 9 justices, has severely restricted the Environmental Protection Agency's ability to enforce even mild environmental protections, destroying our meager environmental regulations as part of an ongoing right-wing assault on our basic democratic rights. Scientists agree. If nothing changes, climate change will reach a tipping point soon. So why is the US government unwilling and unable to combat the biggest existential crisis?
Because they're capitalists.
The truth is that under capitalism, our government doesn't work for us. It works only for the wealthy elite. The oil barons, the international bankers, the CEOs of weapons manufacturers like Lockheed Martin.
Listen, guys, I didn't just make up the framework of gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. That framework wasn't invented out of nowhere. That framework exists because it is their talking point every single talk they give, every single training they give, every single time they do stuff like this. They say, here's a problem, and do you know what the cause of that problem was? Capitalism. Do you know how we solve that problem? We get rid of capitalism. Every time, without fail. You've just seen it happen literally twice within the last 15 minutes of this talk.
Barton, all of whom make enormous sums of money from destroying the climate. These capitalists use their money to buy favor with politicians, and the rest of us are left out of consideration completely. We, the working and oppressed people of the world, are sacrificed for their profits. This is the deadly nature of the government under capitalism. It can only function to protect profit at the expense of all human life. So what's the solution? We urgently need to end the destructive capitalist system and in its place build a new system.
Oh!
A system. Yeah.
What's that new system? What's that new system that she wants to build? Just let me hear it in the chat. What new system do we need to build to replace the oppressive capitalist system that is causing this climate change emergency around all of us? What is that new system? Let me hear it in the chat. What do you think she's talking about? Come on, I know there's a delay. Socialism, socialism, socialism. What could it be? Could it be socialism? Could it be Marxism? Socialism, Marxism, socialism, communism? Could it be socialism? Every time, this is the formula.
A new system in which human life comes first, in which we can choose the most sustainable and regenerative ways to meet people's needs. Only a socialist system can dislodge the fossil fuel vultures and the military contractors from their position of power and instead empower the multinational, multi-gender working class to collectively plan the economy so that each of us may live and thrive and reach our potential in safety. For the people and the planet to live, capitalism must go.
That entire talk was so perfect and so beautiful in how it just demonstrated every single one of the 4 goals that I've been telling you guys for years at this point. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. She literally walked us through, like, climate change has destabilized the system. Do you know what caused climate change? Capitalism. Do you know what we need to do to fix climate change? We need to get rid of capitalism. Do you know what we need to replace capitalism with? The Marxist utopia. She literally just walked you through the 4 goals within beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I can't ask for anything more. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. We demand a planet be put before profit, and capitalism must indeed end in order to save the planet. So you're right, down with capitalism. Next up is Jill Marlowe. Jill is a working class mother of 7, a grandmother of 9, and a community organizer. She joined the PSL in 2020 after seeing firsthand how the reformist movements are unable to fix the problems inherent to capitalism. Jill will be speaking on inflation and recessions, worker bear the cost for capitalist profits. Please welcome Jill.
Hi, how you doing, guys? Holding up? Okay. So yes, I'm talking about inflation, and the food prices, if you haven't noticed, have soared in the past year. Eggs, milk, cereal. This is of profound significance when half of America, the wealthiest country in the world, lives in or near poverty. Since the start of 2022, the U.S. economy has seen unprecedentedly high rates of inflation, a rise in prices, while the Biden administration continues hand-wringing and the Federal Reserve threatens to crash the economy to get inflation under control. Neither would ever admit to the root cause of the crisis: capitalism and the pursuit of endlessly increasing profits by the 1%, the capitalists.
Do you know what caused inflation? It wasn't the government printing money under COVID. No, that's not what caused inflation. Do you know what caused inflation? Let me hear it in the chat, guys. What caused inflation? What do the socialists believe caused inflation? Capitalism. Capitalism caused inflation. Capitalism. That's all coming from bot. Yep. Capitalism caused inflation. Well done. Yep. Capitalism. Every time. Not printing money. Nope. That's not what did it.
Neither would ever admit to the root cause of the crisis: capitalism and the pursuit of endlessly increasing profits by the 1%, the capitalist ruling class.
Yep.
While elite economists try to make inflation itself appear as complex as possible, it is ultimately caused by decisions made by capitalists. It's not the invisible hand that sets interest rates or high prices. It's a small number of individuals with immense power to dictate the lives of hundreds of millions of people.
You know why we have inflation, guys? It's because those private property owners that own all the stores, they're just trying to make as much profit as they possibly can. And so they raised all their prices because they're evil capitalists, and that's what caused inflation. It wasn't because we printed a whole bunch of money during COVID. That wasn't what it was, because as socialists, we want people to have universal basic income. We want to be able to print as much money as possible. So it's not possible that inflation was caused by the printing of money under COVID. What really caused inflation is those evil private business owners who raised the prices on you so that they could make as much profit as possible. And so the solution is we have to eliminate the profit motive by eliminating capitalism, and that is how we're going to solve inflation.
Under the capitalist system, each private enterprise can set prices however it wants.
Ding, ding, ding.
Lately, this has meant that corporations have
See?
raised them to obscene levels in the quest for greater
See?
and greater
It's like I know
profits.
these people.
Studies from the Economic Policy Institute have shown that for every $1 of inflation, 54 cents have gone to profits, corporate profits, but only 8
Evil
cents
profits.
have gone to increase wages. That's of every dollar, just insane. While working class people suffer and sink further into poverty. Corporations.
This, by the way, is why you see socialists arguing for a $15 an hour minimum wage. And even if you give them that $15 an hour minimum wage, it's not going to be good enough. As soon as they get the $15 hour minimum wage, they're going to say, okay, thanks. How about a $25 an hour minimum wage? Can we do that now?
Have been registering enormous profits during this period of huge hardship for workers. Tyson Foods saw its profits soar by 74% to hit $829 million. Mid-America apartment communities saw its revenue spike 13.3% to $495 million. ExxonMobil saw 281% increase in profits. If that doesn't piss you off, nothing will. It's just crazy. The evidence is clear. Capitalist greed is driving the absurd rate of inflation. Still, even though there is a range of policies that could have been implemented to stop this from happening, the Fed would rather double down on the existing strategy of aggressively raising interest rates. For example, Biden could implement a price freeze by executive order, which has been done in U.S. history. But this is not even up for discussion because Democrat or Republican presidency, their biggest priority is saving the biggest financial and corporate institutions. Interest rates are a key tool for the Federal Reserve. Raising interest rates makes the economy slow down and a recession sets in, but just long enough for the big monopolies to recuperate themselves and come out of the crisis.
Well, John, hang on, let me turn my mic down. John is making a great point. Remember how I told you at the beginning of the show when everyone was spending their time debunking these people and I was yelling at them to stop? Remember that I told you that the reason that we listen to socialism is that if we listen to socialism from like 3, 4, 5 years ago, those are the talking points of the Democratic Party today. John is correctly pointing out that the talking points that this woman is using are the current talking points of the White House. So this is not just about some crazy little socialism conference. These are the current talking points of the White House in real life. Tayton, thank you for the super chat. They are hitting all the key points. First lady was gender SRT, second climate lady, third lady economy. This is this is it, man. This is it. The White House has the same talking points as the socialists. Here's where it's really going to blow your mind, John. They always have. They always have. The entire time that Joe Biden has been in office. They always have.
This is unscathed. If the feds were to light this spark, as they been threatening to do for months now, millions of workers who have already borne the brunt of the crisis from paycheck to paycheck would be laid off their jobs with no safety net. This would spell even greater peril for working women who already saw crisis-level job loss in 2020 and 2021 due to the ongoing COVID pandemic. Instead of prioritizing job growth for millions of unemployed people, federal relief packages went straight to the very same corporate profiteers who then went on to cause the current inflation crisis. In recent memory, the 2008 housing market crash led to over 8 million people losing their homes. I was one of those. I lost one. Anybody else? Nobody? Did anybody know anybody who lost their house in 2008? It's been a little while, but yeah. The corporate executives, Wall Street bankers, insurance companies, capitalist investors, who crashed the economy walked away with $8 trillion in public money. $8 trillion. That's insane. No strings attached. Banks got bailed out while we, the people, got sold out. A report in 2013 showed that Black people lost half of their wealth due to the 2008 recession and unemployment. It's not just the US that's on the verge of a deep economic crisis. The imperialist domination of the US and the world economy, using the dollar as the world reserve currency, means that the economic downturn in the US impacts the whole world. So that's why the whole world is under inflation right now. The thousands of sanctions on Russia by the US government and the European Union have caused a global recession.
Okay, guys, as a reminder, I cannot change the volume. I cannot fix the volume of socialists, okay? So you need to take personal responsibility, make sure your volume is on maximum. I cannot hear my microphone because my microphone is so low because I'm futzing with the volume in the browser. I can't make it go up anymore. If you still can't hear it, you need to use headphones. It's just the way it goes. I don't want to hear any complaining.
Prices of food, fuel, fertilizer have risen sharply, contributing to the rising hunger in the global South countries. The relentless aggression of NATO and US towards Russia on its borders is the cause of the war in Ukraine. This is why the US government continues to shell out billions upon billions of taxpayer dollars to Ukraine as it fuels a dangerous war there. Meanwhile, relief for working class people is nowhere in sight. Inflation crisis Recessions, depressions, unemployment, hunger, these are all features of capitalism, not bugs.
Capitalism.
These are the DNA of the capitalist system. So we must ask the question, what kind of system do we live in where the health of an economy is judged by the number of profits made by corporations, banks?
Hang on, I got a super chat from Mountain Goddess. Thank you, Mountain Goddess. Wait, what about huge companies like BlackRock? What is their stand on that? They hate all private companies. Listen, this is why I keep telling people and people keep ignoring me. These people are not the same as the WEF. These people are not the same as the globalists. They are not the same at all. And anyone who keeps conflating these people is ignoring what these people are actually saying. They hate BlackRock. They hate all of the private equity companies. They want to abolish all of this. They hate the WEF. They hate Klaus Schwab. These are not groups that are playing nicely together. These are not groups that are supporting each other. They're not the same group. They've been protesting at BlackRock. These are the people that have been organizing the protests at BlackRock that are going on right now. But I appreciate the super chat. But like, you always have to remember, guys, these people hate all private property and capitalism. That is their number one enemy. Private property and capitalism. They want to destroy all private business. They would abolish BlackRock in a second if they could. So anytime you have questions like this, you need to kind of go back. And I know you didn't realize that, Mountain Goddess, which is why I'm taking the time to explain it. Anytime you have questions like this, you need to first start with, they hate capitalism and private property. And so if what you're talking about is like something like BlackRock, they would abolish it in a second. No questions asked. No, see, this is because conservative influencers have wrongly informed their audience. These are very different groups. Now, I'm not suggesting that BlackRock and the WEF and the globalists and like all that stuff, I'm not suggesting those are good. They're not good, but that's not what we're watching tonight. These are completely different groups. And it's the conservative right that's conflated all of them, and to the detriment of their audience, because then the audience is confused about what's actually going on.
In Wall Street, rather than it is whether it's able to meet all the necessary and basic needs of all people. Capitalism means no safety net for anyone but the ruling class. Only socialism, a system that plans for and meets the needs of people, can achieve the liberation for all nations, all workers.
Hopefully the next volume is a little bit better. I have a question over on Rumble from Twinkle Rocket. He says, we're confused because the WEF says you'll own nothing and be happy. Is there a chance the WEF could win instead of the socialists? The WEF wants communism, but they want their own brand of communism. They want to be the ones in control of the communism. So it's not actually preferable that the WEF would win, to be honest with you. But the problem is, and this is the fault of conservative influencers for not correctly informing their people. These are the people that control the public schools. These are the people that control colleges and universities. These are the people that control the Democratic Party. These are the people that control every major institution in America. So if I were to bet, I'm going to say that the people who are currently in control of educating the youth of America are going to win the Cultural Revolution in America. And the WEF, try as they might, are not currently in control of the education system in America. These people are. And so, no, I don't think the WEF will defeat these people in America, at least not in like the short term. Maybe in the long term, but not in the short term.
That feels low. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me up there? Back there. Can it come up?
Get closer, girl. Get closer. Eat that mic. Come on. Do it. Do it. Eat it.
Thank you.
He didn't move it
hear
at
me
all.
now.
He literally didn't move it at all.
Thank you, Jill. Up next is Joe Mitchell. Joe is a queer Sofi Muslim and cultural worker who grew up in east of Atlanta. She's an organizer with the PSO based here in Atlanta. She has a love for Southern hospitality, sports, learning languages, and African dances. Please welcome Joe.
Eat that mic, Joe. Do it.
I want to start us off with a little chant.
Thank
Repeat
you.
after me. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and protect each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains.
Woo! Yeah, we're not gonna confront this contradiction right now because of course Muslims don't believe in queer, but this is America. She's not in Saudi Arabia or anything, so we're not gonna confront this contradiction right now.
U.S. politicians have continuously claimed a responsibility to protect women's rights in order to justify wars and regime change in countries like Afghanistan and Iraq. In reality,
Can we just all do a collective thank you for Joe for picking up the goddamn microphone and actually using it like it should be used? Thank you, Joe. I appreciate being able to hear you.
it is death and destruction disguised as humanitarian intervention. Examples of U.S. imperialism devastating the situation for women can be found all around the world, but examples of the Middle East are particularly alarming and important to recognize. The stereotype is that the people in the Middle East and their governments are inherently misogynistic and against women's rights. However, history shows us this is a lie. Anti-colonial revolutions in Iraq, Syria, and Libya in the 60s and 70s led to the largest gains for women's rights in the Middle East. Women had the right to vote, own property, ran for public office, and receive education. Women were also guaranteed equal pay and 6 months maternity leave, rights which we don't have here in the United States. In Afghanistan, a socialist government that came into power in 1979 had prohibited the selling of women into marriage and their execution for marital infidelity. They promoted women's legal equality and initiated a mass literacy campaign among Afghani women. However, imperialist attack and ultimately an invasion would soon end this situation. Again, we are seeing imperialism disguised as humanitarian efforts. How could you claim to want to help stop the war on terrorism and liberate women while bombing their country and killing them and their families? Women in Palestine, Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan suffer from intense psychological distress as they live in constant fear of being bombed or becoming victims of violence or rape by the occupying military forces and anti-women death squads. Rape and occupation go hand in hand. There are hundreds of examples from all over the world, including the US. What's even more disgusting is that US soldiers are not tried in local courts, but special military courts that rarely punish rapists. Imperialism is not a policy choice made by politicians. It is a stage in the development of capitalism. Because
Ding, ding.
capitalism is an expand or die system.
So there are words that that these people will use that I would recommend, though it's not like a completely accurate translation, but I would recommend anytime you hear the word imperialism or colonization, you think capitalism. Imperialism means expanding the empire of capitalism. Colonization means taking property and imposing the oppressive force of capitalism on it by privatizing it. Decolonization means removing the oppressive force of capitalism. We could bicker and nitpick about differences between those things, but in terms of like a general rule to get like a quick hit of what they mean when they say the words imperialism and colonization, empire, things like that, think the empire of capitalism, because again, that's all these people really care about. Does that make sense to everyone?
Capitalists search endlessly for workers and resources around the world, backed by military force. This is why the US has 800 formal military bases in 80 countries, a number that could exceed 1,000 if you count troops stationed at embassies and missions and so-called lily pond bases, with some 138,000 soldiers stationed around the globe. President Joe Biden unveiled his 2023 budget, calling for dramatically increased funding for war and the police, while allocating all too little funding for social services. Out of the total $1.58 trillion of spending outlined in the budget, $813 billion is allocated to the military, while $769 billion is allocated for non-military spending. This is a $31 billion increase in funding for the war machine. The US spends close to 3 times as much on its armed forces than China and Russia combined. In fact, the United States accounts for nearly half of all military spending worldwide. However, where there is imperialism, there are revolutionary women fighting back.
Where there is capitalism, there are revolutionary women fighting back. See, it starts to make so much more sense when you just like swap out the word and put capitalism in there, because of course revolutionary women means socialist women. Other words they might use are radical revolutionary, things like that. Socialist, radical revolutionaries, they're against capitalism, obviously.
The involvement of women's struggle is a decisive factor in revolutionary struggle. We have a world to win, but it can only be won when we adopt the struggle for all people's liberation as our own struggle.
Liberate from
As
capitalism.
Comrade Thomas Sankara so righteously proclaimed, the revolution and women's liberation go together. We do not talk of women's emancipation as an act of charity or out of a surge of human compassion. It is a basic necessity for the revolution to triumph. Women, just like all oppressed people, can and will only be liberated through organization and struggles against male supremacy, capitalism, and imperialism. In the US, we must abandon the 2 war parties known as the Democrats and the Republicans. It is only when we realize the strength of ourselves and rely on our own strength that we can assert ourselves independently, that we can assert our needs to equal pay, abortion, and reproductive health care.
Oh, look how they just slid all those things in there. Why did they slide those things in there? Because they believe that capitalism created the gender binary, and abortion or reproductive justice is one of the things that they can use to liberate women from the gender binary that keeps them oppressed. Sassy asks, when was this? Literally 1 year ago. 1 year ago in Atlanta, Georgia. 1 year ago tomorrow, November 12th, 2022.
To an end to misogynist violence. Only our independent action can rescue us from capitalism and bigotry. To win, we must organize and build a people's party based on the needs of the people, a socialist party. We must organize ourselves to realize the power we have once we're organized. There is no other option.
This is great. This is a great conference. This is like one of the best things we've ever watched. It's a good thing we have like 5 hours left of it. No.
Money for jobs and
Why is she chanting money for jobs and education? Why is she chanting that? Let me know in the chat. Jen asked, would you say abortion is capitalism? No, Jen, because abortion liberates women from the gender binary, which was created by capitalism. So abortion is the antidote to capitalism. This is why socialists spend so much time focusing on reproductive justice. Sandy, we're going to watch a good bit of it. I don't know how far we're going to get, but we're going to watch a good bit of it. Why are they chanting money for jobs and education? Kurt says, because socialists are the teachers, they want more socialist teachers. Excuse me, I'm already burping from my beer. This is going to go great. I've only had one. Socialists are teachers. They want more socialist teachers. That's right. That's not the answer I'm looking for. Jobs and education are indoctrination. Yup, that's true. Do they want education to be public and part of the collective, or do they want it to be private where parents have parental rights? Do socialists want parents to have parental rights in education? Do they want parents to be able to homeschool their kids? Do they want parents to be able to private school their kids? Do they want parents to have any say in the curriculum and education? No, socialists want education to be collectivized. They want it to be public. They want everything to be in the collective, everything to be in the collective. No parental rights in education under socialism. No parental rights. They want it to be collective. No parental rights, period. No parental rights, period. There are a couple major things that socialists are pushing to be collectivized. Number one is healthcare. This is why you see constant calls for universal healthcare, universal healthcare, universal healthcare. Number two is education. They are completely against homeschooling. They are completely against parental rights in education. They are completely against private schools. They are completely against charter schools. They are completely against school choice. You should not be surprised that when the Democrats win the White House in 2024, because I don't think the Republicans have a shot in hell. I could be wrong. There's a long time between now and next November. But I firmly believe that when the Democrats win the White House and probably take back the House and the Senate in 2024, because Republicans are so inept, there is no way they're ever going to win. When the Democrats win everything in 2024, you better be on the lookout for them to try to introduce a bill that is going to ban homeschooling, ban school choice, and really attack any sort of private education, because they want all education to be public.
Down with U.S. imperialism. Can you hear me? All right, y'all. We struggling with this mic. And I'm not going to hold it, so we're going to figure it out. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much, Joe. That was an incredible speech. Up next, we will hear from Peyton Hayes on Pride and Resistance, the right-wing assault on LGBTQ plus rights.
Oh, good.
Peyton is an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, Students for Socialism, and Students for Justice in Palestine. Please welcome Peyton.
Eat the mic, Peyton. Eat the mic.
Good morning, everybody.
Thank you.
Queer and trans rights are under a coordinated attack on all sides. The same state legislatures attacking women's reproductive health by restricting abortion access have also been attacking gay rights and trans healthcare across the country. This isn't a coincidence. It's a concerted attack on some of society's most marginalized in an attempt to roll back decades of protections that were won by popular struggle. Anti-LGBTQ violence is nothing new in capitalist society, but as rhetoric on the right continues to escalate, coordinated threats and attacks on LGBTQ people are becoming more and more common. During this year's Pride Month, several incidents took place, including a planned attack by neo-Nazis at an Idaho event that was narrowly averted. White supremacists also stormed a drag queen story hour event in Castro Valley, California, yelling slurs and threatening children. These fascists have also expanded their efforts to attack hospitals and clinics that offer trans healthcare, which echo the decades-long terror campaign against abortion clinics. This campaign has included everything from spreading false information to harassment of staff
Thanks,
and
Gloria.
patients, and even bombings and assassinations. Attacks on queer and trans spaces and events are a product of escalating rhetoric and tactics by religious zealots and white supremacists in service of the ruling class, providing for yet another.
As a reminder, every single time she says white supremacist, she means capitalism. Okay? They're not actually talking about like real neo-Nazis. They're not talking about that. They're talking about anyone that does not share a far left political ideology, anyone that doesn't want to give up private property, anyone that wants to have control over kids' education. So anytime they're talking about that, they literally mean capitalism. You've got to get used to switching those terms in your head. Otherwise, you might be confused about what they're talking about.
Social other to be demonized. In fact, LGBTQ people have long served as the frightening other to keep working people in line with ruling class ideals, serving as a rhetorical opposite to what traditional expressions of sexuality and gender are supposed to be. As long as there's a marginalized other to blame, it distracts from the true culprit of working class suffering, the capitalists themselves. Anti-LGBTQ legislation has been on the rise as well. According to the ACLU, over 200 anti-LGBTQ discrimination bills were introduced in just January 2022. These bills attempt to ban transgender people from bathrooms of their gender, attempt to ban affirming healthcare for trans youth, and ban trans athletes from competing on sports teams. Most worryingly, many of these attacks begin in the South, with increasing potential to spread across the rest of the country. For instance, Georgia's Parental Rights and Education Bill has been aptly nicknamed the Don't Say Gay Bill because it bans discussions of gender identity
that would be Florida, actually,
in classrooms. Unfortunately, far-right
Why
Georgia
did you say
politicians
Georgia?
have committed to this
Does Georgia have a Don't Say Gay
campaign as well. During the
Is that real?
2021-2022 legislative session, 7 anti-LGBTQ bills were introduced. In March, a bill was introduced in the Georgia State Senate on the same day that the Florida Don't Say Gay bill passed, prohibiting discussions of gender identity and sexual orientation in the classrooms of some private schools. In August, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a far-right Republican, introduced a bill that would severely limit the ability of millions of transgender people to access transition-related medical care. It would also ban health insurance companies from covering the cost of trans-related care for transgender adults if the company works through the Affordable Care Act. All of these bills, but SB 435, a trans athlete bill, failed to pass in Georgia. Regardless of what passes and what doesn't, though, this type of legislation sends a chilling message about the far right's agenda, which is deeply woven into the Republican Party's program in the coming period. Despite their rhetoric, it was never just about trans kids. Their goal has always been to make it impossible for transgender people to openly exist in US society. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party is continuing to play political games with our rights. Most recently, Senate Democrats, rather than fight to pass a bill that would protect the right of same-gender couples to marry, decided to postpone the vote until after.
I wanted to stop because I wanted to point out they want $80,000 transition surgery to be free. True. Part of their push regarding universal health care when it comes to trans people is they want all trans surgery to be completely free, completely paid for by the state, and that includes trans surgery for the little ones, Remember, because these people think that children are but little adults that need to be liberated from the adult supremacy of their parents, and they're little adults that can make decisions for themselves about what surgery they have. If you missed it, Ohio basically co-signed this when they passed issue 1 on the ballot measure and enshrined the right to abortion in the state constitution. And a lot of them don't realize that they also enshrined the right to trans affirming surgery for minors in the state constitution without parental consent. Surprise, Ohio. But yeah, this is true. They want universal health care to pay universally for all of this.
Midterm elections. They use the issue of same-gender marriage, supported by the majority in the United States, as a campaign and fundraising opportunity for their midterm elections. Time and time again, the Democratic Party has dangled fundamental rights of LGBTQ+ individuals in front of their constituencies as nothing more than political bargaining chips. They see marginalized groups who support them as useful voting blocks, but not as people to whom promises should be kept. They prove time and time again that they serve the ruling class political machine itself instead of the people who elected them into office in the first place. We need to fight to protect the rights that we have, but we also need to fight for so much more. While the fight for queer and trans liberation continues, we must also fight to defend and expand existing gains won through grassroots struggles such as marriage equality, the removal of homosexuality and trans identity from the category of mental illnesses, and LGBTQ anti-discrimination protections.
Hang on. AZ, are you new here? Is this your first Socialism Saturday? Welcome to the real dystopia, my friend. AZ said, "This is sick. Glad I have my big bottle of tequila. This is why I recommend everyone have beer or alcohol or tequila or chocolate or whatever for Socialism Saturday. Because it helps the pain go down. But remember, this is real life. This is happening right now."
Our rights were won in the streets, and that's exactly where they'll be defended. Okay, we're gonna do a chant real quick. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Woo! Thank you.
They love their chants. Why do they love chants, do you think? Any guess? They do this all throughout their conferences. Why do they love chants? Because chants are collectivist. Chant is something that everyone in the group can do. It brings the group together. It gives them a common goal. Exactly. Chants bring them together. They're collectivist. Welcome, Wade. Wade is also new to Socialism Saturday, although I know Wade has been watching, but Wade is new to our live stream. Welcome, Wade. Welcome anyone that's watching new for the first time. Just let it sink in. If you're new, ask questions in the chat. Ask a lot of questions. Don't feel embarrassed about asking questions. We were all beginners once. But I do ask that if you are new to Socialism Saturday, don't try to debunk them. This is not about debunking them. This is about listening to them and understanding them. And every minute that you spend debunking them, you are not listening to them and you are not understanding them.
Thank you, Peyton. As a queer Black woman, I'm very proud to be in a party that centers, defends, and supports LGBTQ+ rights. Because we ain't free until we all free, y'all. Killing me. All right, we're gonna keep things moving with these wonderful presentations. Next up, we're gonna hear from Charlie Koch. Charlie is a public defender representing poor and working class Georgians in criminal cases throughout Middle Georgia. They will be speaking on immigrant justice, no borders, and the women's struggle. Please welcome Charlie.
I'm betting Charlie is non-binary. Watch. Non-binary! Yay.
Good morning. On December 18th, 1865, I can speak loud. The 13th Amendment went into effect in the United States with the purpose of ending slavery and involuntary servitude. This isn't entirely true, and in Georgia, we don't have to look far for examples of why. In September of 2020, it was uncovered that women at Irwin Detention Center in Ocilla, Georgia, were being forcibly sterilized, a practice with its roots in slavery and eugenics. In January 2021, a nitrogen leak at a poultry plant in Gainesville, Georgia, killed 6 workers. The plant is known for hiring undocumented workers who, due to their immigration status, are far less likely to report the numerous health and safety violations for which the plant is known. In November of 2021, Operation Blooming Onion was made public with the indictment of 24 people for what was described as modern-day slavery of immigrant farm workers in South Georgia. And in August of 2022, upwards of 40,000 immigrants sought class certification for a class action lawsuit alleging forced labor at Stewart Detention Center in Lumpkin, Georgia. These are only examples from the last 2 years, and only in Georgia. And despite this, how often have you heard the phrase that immigrants are coming to the United States for a better life? On its face, that phrase sounds hopeful, but what does it really mean? Why do people need to emigrate to the United States for a better life? Is this country inherently so much better than the countries from which they came? I don't know. Why would people leave their families and their world behind to undergo such a long and dangerous journey, only to toil in a country that rejects and exploits them?
Hang on.
That locks them up and separates them from their children.
As goofy as it seems, never forget that when they have power, camps and mass graves become a thing. Bro, they already have power. They've had power for decades. They control every major institution in our society. They control your kids' education. They're winning very, very, very severely. So they already have power, bro. I hate to break the news to you, but they're already winning.
With the use of coups to overthrow progressive governments, wars, and sanctions to strangle economies, the United States has destabilized and underdeveloped so much of the rest of the world that people of other countries, particularly in the global south, are left with no choice but to migrate elsewhere to survive. These are the roots of the migration crisis. In the United States, we cannot talk about immigration reform without talking about capitalism and its highest stage, imperialism. Ruling class discourse around immigration never.
She just said it. She just said that imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. So when I told you earlier that imperialism and colonization both mean capitalism, she just said imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. Let's listen to that again.
In the United States, we cannot talk about immigration reform without talking about capitalism and its highest stage, imperialism.
Ding!
Ruling class discourse around immigration never has and never will make this connection, because the capitalists did not always oppose immigration. In fact, they lobbied against restrictive immigration policies in the face of a labor shortage during World War I. Agriculture and other industries needed immigrant labor to maintain their workforce. It wasn't until soldiers returned home from war abroad and the country plunged into a recession that racist rhetoric about Mexicans stealing American jobs became a regular talking point. In response to the surplus labor, we saw the first mass deportations and early versions of temporary work visas. This system was designed to create an underclass of hyper-exploited workers that take the jobs that no one else wants. Intentionally excluded from both workplace protections and the benefits of citizenship, it should come as no surprise that victims of human trafficking in the United States are almost exclusively immigrants, most of whom are women. Here in Georgia, 1 in 10 people are immigrants, and over half of those are women. The Atlanta branch continues its fight against the expansion of the Folkston ICE Detention Center, which aims to become the largest ICE detention center in the country. In order to build a working class movement, and in order to build a women's movement, we have to fight for immigrant rights. We will not get there with capitalism. The Democrats have repeatedly failed to enact any meaningful immigration reform. Polls have repeatedly shown that a majority of voters support Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, or DACA. Despite this, the Democrats have failed to legislate the popular program, instead leaving it hanging in the balance, subject to endless judicial review in an increasingly conservative court system. Currently, DACA is under threat of being overturned by the unelected Supreme Court. And DACA is only a small piece of the puzzle.
You notice how, like, we've heard like 3 or 4 presenters call the Supreme Court the unelected Supreme Court. They're all using that very specific language because no, bro, no, you are bro. They've been rolling this out for decades. Like, stay around a while, bro. I will show you things that you've never seen before. They've been rolling this out for 70 years. 70 years. Cassandra, you need to start listening to what's being said because this is not what's being said right now. And you were wrong earlier. Cassandra, earlier you said that this is the greatest form of white supremacy. White supremacy means capitalism. You need to, like, listen a little bit and you'll pick up on what's really going on. They're saying the unelected Supreme Court because they're not happy about the checks and balances of the Supreme Court. No, Sandy, it is proven. Guys, when are you guys going to learn that when I say something, there's actually a reason for it, and we're not in the business of making shit up here. There's a reason for it. It's because the Frankfurt School set up shop in earnest at Columbia University in the 1950s. They kind of started doing lectures at Columbia University in the late 30s, but they set up shop in earnest at Columbia University in the 50s, which means that's 70 years. Like, I'm not just making shit up. I know you guys are just making shit up sometimes, but I'm not making shit up. So, now back to my actual point. The unelected Supreme Court, they are going to try to, so there's going to be one of two things that's going to happen. Number one, they are going to, the Democrats are going to try to pack the Supreme Court to fix this problem, but these people very literally want to get rid of the checks and balances that are in our system because the checks and balances of the court make it a lot more difficult for them to implement their socialist utopia. Without the American judicial system being a check on the governments that they're able to get elected, then it's much easier to implement your socialist Marxist utopia without the judicial system holding them back. Okay? So this is a very real problem. They believe that the Supreme Court, all courts really, reflect a capitalist government and therefore need to be overthrown. And so that's why they're saying that. Except, Sandy, I have a specific date for a specific reason and you do not. So please stop arguing with me in the chat, because if you do not stop arguing with me in the chat and I'm just going to call you out for blowing smoke, eventually we're going to have to part ways because you're being disruptive now. Because remember, Sandy, this is my classroom. This is not your classroom. This is my classroom. Stop fucking disrupting it. I will embarrass as many people as I need to actually be able to teach what I'm teaching. If you guys don't like it, you don't have to be here. I'm the only person on the internet doing it. We're going to do it my fucking way.
It's only available to a very small minority of undocumented people. As socialists, we reject this piecemeal approach to immigration reform. Yet, DACA can be protected and expanded, even under the capitalist system, with the mass action of millions of people in the streets. This is how DACA was won in the first place, before an end to all immigrant detention, full rights for immigrants, and a world without borders. We need a socialist government and a socialist world that is based on cooperation, collaboration, and solidarity. If we fight, we can win this world.
Down with borders. Y'all are quiet. I said down with borders. All right, next up, we're gonna hear from Mariah Parker. They will be speaking about the woman worker, unions,
strikes, and the road ahead for labor. Mariah Parker is an education scholar, labor organizer, hip hop artist, and former Athens Clarke County Commissioner. Please welcome Mariah.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing out there today?
Hang on. Holy shit, my ears just got blown out. Holy shit. Bro, you don't fucking tell me to chill in my class. Get the fuck out. Listen, guys. I'm going to repeat this again. This is my classroom. You are in my classroom. If you come into my chat and you question me and I correct you and then you throw a hissy fit, you're going to end up getting banned in my chat. If you continue to argue with me when you are in my fucking classroom, then you're going to get banned in my chat. It would not be acceptable for you to go into someone's classroom and say, here's what it is, and here's why you're wrong, and not bring in any receipts and actually be wrong in what you're saying, and then continue to whine and complain when you're told you're wrong. So now you're getting one final warning. If you don't like it, get the fuck out of my class. We can do this all night, guys. Truly and sincerely, we can do this all night if people want to continue to come into my chat and argue with me.
Make some noise for yourselves one time for being out here in the struggle for liberation. My name is Mariah Parker, and I come to you today.
See, and this is why we do this, because when assholes like this come into my chat and shill blatant falsehoods and then get told to shut the fuck up and stop disrupting the chat, they go, you're insane! And then we show them the door. Goodbye, losing loser who always wants to lose. You're banned. Jesus fucking Christ. This is why conservatives will always and forever be perpetual losers.
As an organizer with Raise Up the South, a fighting mass movement of low-wage workers who are fed up with the conditions our people have had to endure and who are organizing to take what is rightfully ours: fair pay, dignity, and democracy in the workplace. And as part of such a movement, I, of course, got to shout out the folks in the building today who truly run the South. So where are my care workers at? We got anybody in healthcare, home care here today? Make some noise. We got any food service workers in the building? Any people in fast food and restaurants? Make some noise for yourselves. We got any retail workers in the building? If you work in retail, make some noise for yourselves. We got any warehouse workers in here? If you work in a warehouse, let me hear you make some noise. Without you and your co-workers, the city of Atlanta would grind to a halt. And masses of workers from Durham to Mobile, from Orangeburg to Stone Mountain, are standing up to assert this fact to our employers and demand that they act like it. Because we deserve rich lives outside of work, time with our families, and money to live comfortably, and opportunity to grow as whole people. We deserve fair pay. We deserve the stability of fair scheduling. And we deserve respect at work, free of racial discrimination and sexual harassment. We deserve.
Do you guys know what the solution is that the socialists have to solving all these problems in the workplace? Does anyone want to take a guess? Because remember, they're anti-capitalists. They don't believe that private workplaces should exist. So how exactly and precisely do they propose solving all of these problems in the workplace that people have to face? Ding, 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 Reagan in. Anti-work. There is an entire anti-work movement on the socialist left that are against the idea of work entirely. This is where you get the quiet quitting thing that happened during the pandemic when people were quiet quitting, where they just stopped doing work because they didn't feel like it and they were working from home, so there was really no one to stop them. So the anti-work movement is a part of this. We're treated unfairly in the workplace. Capitalism oppresses us in the workplace. We're only making money for the bourgeois. Like, we're being oppressed. We're being exploited, yada, yada, yada. The answer is not to make better workplaces. The answer is to stop working entirely, which they believe that they will be able to do once they have their socialist revolution.
Equal pay for equal work. Because we, the working class as a whole, are held back from our full potential by the greed of our bosses. But our sisters in the service industries experience the extraordinary cruelty of making 89 cents on the dollar compared to what our male co-workers are paid. Black women especially are pickpocketed by the wealthy men in the boardrooms whose profits grow and grow every year while our stagnant wages afford us less and less. But a union, folks are coming to see, can change this. Unionized women make on average 23% more than women without a union.
All unions come from socialism. They are the organizers of all the unions.
And what's more, we are far more likely to have paid leave and stronger protections against discrimination and sexual harassment in the workplace. For a long time, people have said that it can't happen in the South. They look at our right to work laws, which dilute union power and allow employers to terminate workers for any reason at all, or no reason at all, keeping us timid and subject to their whims, and opening an easy loophole in federal laws outlawing retaliation against worker organizing. They look at our state legislature and the glee with which it pins workers into poverty with a statewide minimum wage of $5.15. And people say that it can't happen here. But I'm here to tell you today that not only can it happen here, it is happening here. And in fact, it has happened here again and again in the rich history of Southern struggle. Let's go back real quick to 1880. Y'all ready? Let's go back to 1880. When 98% of Black women in the city of Atlanta worked.
Hang on. Kino, this isn't true. This is not true. Employment at will means you can be fired at any time for any reason or for no reason at all. The vast majority of employees in the country are employees at will. That means they don't need a reason to fire them. They just don't give them a reason.
In the service industry, mostly as laundresses, working long, tiring hours, carrying gallons upon gallons of waters from wells, boiling the clothes, drying the clothes, ironing the clothes, heaving dozens of pounds of them back to wealthy white homes for $4 to $8 per month. In 1881, 20 laundresses got together and decided it was enough. They went down the streets, knocking on doors and calling their sisters into formation around a common demand. Fair pay of $1 per dozen pounds and autonomy over their lives. In 3 weeks, their numbers grew from 20 to 3.
No, they don't, Kino, because the backlash is that you cannot sue them if they didn't give you a reason for firing you. You can't. It is extraordinarily difficult to sue for wrongful termination if they didn't give you a reason. They just make up an excuse. It's incredible. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I'm sorry. Like, that's just not correct. California is the only place where that's iffy.
3,000. The striking laundresses were harassed, fined, and arrested, but soon other service workers joined them as well. Cooks, maids, nurses, hotel workers all walked off the job. And with the kitchens, hospitals, and hotels empty, the Atlanta economy fell into a stupor. In a month's time, Black women had won their demands. And we are at it again, as is our heritage, calling upon our sisters in the service industry to come build a movement with us to change our workplaces, our communities in the South. Where there is intense struggle, there is enormous potential. But it doesn't even feel fair to say potential because something enormous is already happening. The women of the South.
Carlin, is it possible to turn it around if the socialists take over, if the people wake up and want to return to a free nation? Is it possible? Probably not. People could wake up right now and start actually doing something against these people. I mean, Sassy, you see how hard it is for me to even get people to like shut their mouths and listen to what these people are saying. People who can't sit here and listen to their enemy, the people that they claim is their enemy, and understand their enemy, they're not fighting back in any productive way. Like, I've had to yell at and ban at least a half a dozen people already in this stream because they couldn't sit down and listen. So do I think that people who are incapable of sitting down and listening are going to do what's required to defeat these people? Not in any way. No. No one takes this seriously. Very few people take it seriously. So, I don't know. I would say no, probably not, sadly.
South are rising up to fight. And I say, what stop it raises? We are taking everything we are owed, everything we create, back from the corporations that govern us under capitalism, chunk by chunk, until a whole new society is ours. A world that we decide and where we and our communities thrive. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking into the microphone. We appreciate you. Turn up your volume again.
Summer, y'all. You paying attention? The workers are striking, and we all need to be forming a union at our workplace. Thank you, Mariah. I might add.
See, what gives me hope is the new people who hear me yelling and still stick around anyway, because it means that you really want to learn. KB for me says, don't lose heart. I've been here soaking it in the entire time. I honestly had no idea they were this hardcore. Oh, KB, keep coming back to Socialism Saturday, because this is just this is a taste. This is a taste. This isn't even, we're not even in the hardcore stuff right now. We haven't even talked about Abolish the Family yet. Abolish the Family is where it gets really crazy. But I appreciate anyone that's new here that's sticking around. We're already 2.5 hours into this stream. We are about an hour and a half into the 6-hour socialism conference. It is my goal today to get up to about 3 hours in the socialism conference. This is really good, guys. They're giving us so much good stuff. They're saying the quiet part out loud so much. It is so, I know the audio isn't perfect, but this is like, it's so rare for us to have like an event like this where it's relatively understandable. And they're just saying a lot of things that are out, like they're saying a lot of the quiet part out loud. So this is a really good video for us to watch. My goal is to get up to about 3 hours into it, and then we'll do the second part of it next week. So hunker down, grab yourself a drink and a snack. And this is the real stuff, guys. These are the real socialists. Please make sure you mount that like button for me. If you have not already, please make sure you are subscribed on the channel, whether you're watching on YouTube, Rumble, X, whatever. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let us know if you have any questions in the chat. Let's keep going.
Add preacher to your bio next time. Okay.
All right, next up, we're gonna hear from Monica Johnson. Monica is a queer feminist labor organizer and member of the PSL. Monica will be speaking today on Breaking the Chains, Police, Prisons, and Political Prisoners. Please welcome Monica.
All right.
Oh, good sound. Good
Y'all
sound.
can hear me? Okay. A slogan that we use a lot in the PSL is "Stop the War on Black America."
Hang on.
We know that
Hang on. I want to say this. You're not going to get yelled at for looking stupid if you're asking questions or if you're like listening to what they're saying. The only people who get yelled at on my stream are the people who come into the chat, give out blatantly incorrect information, don't listen when they're corrected. Like, there's a progression here. Like, and I'm especially hard on people who have been on my streams for years and they just aren't listening and they aren't getting it because they aren't listening. If you're here to learn and you just have basic questions about, like, you don't understand this, you don't understand that, I will never yell at a person that is asking questions. I will never yell at a person that obviously is trying to understand. Who I will yell at are people who are coming in to shitpost to advance a political narrative that has no basis in what's actually going on. So, yeah, bots, Banjo hasn't been yelled at. Bot says I've never been yelled at, and Bot asks dumb questions like all the time. So, I've even given Teresa homework. Like, so just know, like, I'm not opposed to people asking questions. I want you guys to ask questions, okay? Questions are welcome. Disruptions are not welcome.
The United States has been terrifyingly creative in how it terrorizes Black people. A study by the Malcolm X grassroots movement in 2012 found that a Black person is killed by the police or security forces every 28 hours in this country. In the United States today, 1 in 3 Black men can expect to go to prison in their lifetimes. But Black women also face extreme forms of violence at the hands of the police and prisons. Today, women are the fastest growing segment of the incarcerated population. In the last 40 years, the number of incarcerated women has increased at twice the rate of incarcerated men. To understand this, we have to understand the purpose of incarceration. The prisons in capitalist society are tools of the state, of racist, anti-poor lawmakers to punish the downtrodden.
I just want to say, people are now bragging about getting their Carlin yelled at me merit badge. Like, maybe I should make a t-shirt or some sort of like pin that said Carlin yelled at me. But I do have immense respect for the people who I yell at who then come back. You want to know why? Because it means you want to learn. I have no respect for the people who get yelled at and then say, I'm taking my toys and going home, because it means they were never serious in the first place. You know, I know I'm not like other streamers. I know I actually treat this as a serious thing rather than just a game, but I really do want people to learn. I want people to come back. I want people to understand what's going on. And apparently the best way to get people to understand what's going on the internet is to yell at them when they get it wrong. And so if you've been yelled at by me and you keep coming back, I appreciate you.
And demonize individuals for societal issues. Under capitalism, the prison system serves the same purpose for men and women alike, an instrument of social control and order. Mass incarceration has a dual function for the system: to remove and cage the surplus population that the economy deems as disposable, and to repress the segments of the population most likely to fight back. Who here has heard of Brittany?
Hang on, we got a super chat in from Kino. Kino says, regarding unionization, retail workers, employers have training videos explaining why workers shouldn't sign their names to a union rep. Comes into the store property. Home Depot is known for this. Okay, Kino, I'll take your word for it, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. No, don't do this. This is a horrible idea. You will be drunk in the first 20 minutes of the stream if you do this. This is not a good idea. You need to do like sipping. We do sips. We don't do shots. We do sips, okay? Yeah. I am the Bobby Knight of the fucking teaching you about the socialist right or left rather. God. I'm the Bobby Knight of teaching people about the socialist left. You may fucking hate me, but god damn it, you're going to fucking learn.
Martin, raise your hand. If you haven't, we're going to talk about it today. Brittany Martin is a pregnant mother of 5 in South Carolina who has just recently been sentenced to 4 years for supposedly cursing at a police officer during the George Floyd protests. They said that she was disturbing the peace. They said it was a high and aggravated offense. The sentence is so extreme, 4 years for something that is generally 30 days at most, that the outcry is causing it to be reconsidered. But we again see the state twist the law expressly to keep control and make examples out of dissidents. She's been denied gynecological care, lost 12 pounds because she has not been given the care she needed, chained to her bed. And this fits in with the practice of using prisons to constrain and punish the reproduction of Black women. We demand freedom for Brittany Martin and all political prisoners in the United States. We demand freedom for Joy Powell on a false murder charge because of her history of organizing. We demand freedom for Ana Montes in prison for 20 years for sharing info about U.S. imperial plots against Cuba. We demand freedom for Jamil Al-Amin, who organized with SNCC and Black Power movements right here in the streets of Atlanta, all over the country. We demand freedom for Leonard Peltier, a Native American freedom fighter and the longest serving political prisoner in the United States with 46 years behind bars. We fight for the freedom of Teresa Dunlap, a woman dying of cancer after 46 years behind bars just because she had a drug addiction and she had no resources. We demand freedom for all of these prisoners in this country, from Mumia Abu-Jamal, Julian Assange, Alex Saab, and everyone else. We see a common thread here. People that threaten the complacency, that threaten people's ability to...
Hang on. I love this so much. Being Old says, I've been yelled at, but I also delivered 5 babies, all natural. I can take yelling. I love that. Resilient people don't mind me yelling at them. Also, it's like actually a miracle that you delivered 5 babies naturally. Like, good for you. God, that must have sucked.
Be okay with this system. We see them thrown behind bars and given death by incarceration when they're not killed outright. We know that 61% of the people in this country are in prison for property or drug offenses. But the vast majority of those who are convicted of theft only had to do so because they were so poor, and poverty, of course, will never be solved by prisons. And of course, prisons don't help at all lower rates of drug abuse in the community. In fact, against all scientific evidence, the 80s and 90s brought us fetal assault laws, criminalizing pregnant women for struggling with addiction, for getting into accidents, for suicide attempts. It's no surprise that the vast majority of convictions have been of poor Black women. We're already seeing prosecution for abortion in this country, and there are examples. There is an easy way for this state to criminalize people for exercising reproductive autonomy. 60% of women in local jails are there only because they cannot afford bail. So we have to ask, what order is preserved by these laws? The only answer is capitalism. The constructions of prisons are never subject to referendum.
Capitalism.
If there is a ballot measure locally that asks, where should we spend a few $100 million, almost never would the community answer a prison. The funds are never prioritized for working people, even though we create them. Instead, the city of Atlanta is set to force through the construction of a mega police training academy at City, which will only lead to more surveillance and police brutality. Our current mayor, who in his city council tenure said he would close ACDC, is now trying to lease it out to Fulton County. Boo. The media will never frame it this way, but the ruling class expands the carceral state to further their aims at the expense of yours and mine, and they do it with our money. Under this system, democracy is but an American dream.
Thank you, Monica. Freedom all. I want to underscore that we stand for the liberation of all political prisoners in this country. We want to extend our solidarity to Dr. Mutulu Shakur and his family and friends. We are so excited to hear that this past Thursday, he was finally scheduled to be released from his unjust imprisonment of more than 35 years for struggling for our liberation. And when we talk about political prisoners, we also have to talk about those in exile. And so I also want to say, Assata is welcome here. Free all political prisoners, y'all. Next up.
Wade has a question, and this is actually a great question. This is a question that we have discussed on multiple occasions. So I want to do a pop quiz for the chat. When socialists say democracy, what do they mean? The answer is not intuitive. But this is a good one. This is a good one for like the veterans. When socialists say democracy, what do they mean? Rottweiler, I'm looking at you specifically. Oh no, the Olympics, hang on. Would the Olympics be a thing under the socialist utopia? No. The Olympics are about individualism and meritocracy. No Olympics. No Olympics at all. Okay, so going back to Wade's question. When socialists say democracy, what do they mean? Chad says socialism. They mean communism. They mean socialism. It's not capitalism. No. They hate capitalism. They mean the collective. When they say socialism, they mean, or the democracy, they mean socialism, equity, Marxism. When socialists say democracy, Kurt has the best answer so far. They mean socialists getting power. That's what it means. It means socialists being empowered. The rule of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat. Exactly. They mean our democracy, which means socialism. They mean democracy equals Rottweiler's got the, I knew Rottweiler would have it. When they say democracy, they mean the central control of everything by the party and the state, which means socialism, communism, Marxism. And as a reminder, we use socialism, communism, and Marxism interchangeably because they use the terms interchangeably. They will call each other socialist, communist, Marxist within like the same sentence. Kind of puts a new spin on it every time you hear MSNBC talking about how Republicans are endangering democracy. Republicans are endangering democracy. When they say democracy, they mean central control of the government by them.
We're going to hear from Donna Elsan, a PSL organizer based in Durham, North Carolina. She's a public health professional and organizer at a North Carolina-based organization called Muslims for Social Justice. She will be speaking on the struggle against the commodification of healthcare and education. Please welcome Donna.
Commodification means capitalism. So the commodification of healthcare and education means the privatization of healthcare and education, which they want to get rid of.
All right, can you hear me?
Oh, here we go.
All right, hi everyone, assalamu alaikum. Under capitalism, even the things that are foundational parts of the universal human experience, like the need to learn and study, to develop ourselves in communities, and the need to be treated and healed when we are sick, have been transformed into businesses for capitalist owners to make money from. Capitalism is at the root of healthcare and education crisis in the United States. I hope
Capitalism is at the root of the healthcare and educational crisis in the United States because it's not collectivized yet. I was just thinking in my head, what I need to do tomorrow, and this would be like an all-day project, is I need to download this video and I need to clip out every single time they say the word capitalism and just make one of those giant clips where they're just saying capitalism, 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 like over and over and over again. That needs to happen. That needs to happen. Let's rewind and listen to that again.
Study, to develop ourselves in communities, and the need to be treated and healed when we are sick have been transformed into businesses for capitalist owners to make money from. Capitalism is at the root of healthcare and education crisis in the United States.
Drink.
I hope I make it. 7-year-old Alabama girl selling lemonade to fund her own brain surgeries. Elderly couple found dead in apparent murder-suicide, left notes about high medical bills. Healthcare workers turned to GoFundMe to pay for vital safety equipment. These are actual headlines in newspapers in the US. Impossibly long waiting times to see specialists, unaffordable medications, lack of healthcare workers and doctors in rural areas, use of emergency rooms to receive primary care. These are all common characteristics of healthcare in the US, the wealthiest nation in the world. The US has one of the highest costs of healthcare in the world, yet has the worst healthcare outcomes of all other industrialized countries. COVID-19 put a spotlight on the absolute failure of the capitalist market to meet the healthcare needs of the people. Over 1 million people died in the US from COVID. We are now 2 years into the pandemic, and there still isn't a functioning public healthcare system. COVID put a magnifying glass to the racial, ethnic, and gender disparities in the US health system. Black, Native, and Latino people have disproportionately high death rates. Black and Latina women are highly represented in retail and other frontline sectors of work where poor ventilation and little to no safety protocols puts them at higher risk of COVID. As we continue to suffer from the pandemic with impacts of COVID still unfolding, Big Pharma got rich while working people died. One company, Pfizer, saw their revenue doubled in 2021, totaling $81.3 billion. And the unfortunate reality is that none of this is unique to the pandemic. It is the norm. Other epidemics predate COVID. They may be less dramatic, but they are similarly life-threatening. This includes hypertension, heart disease, obesity, and diabetes. Diabetes actually impacts 30 million people in the US, where at least 1.5 million rely on insulin for survival.
Yeah.
Insulin
Hang on.
that costs less.
I have a super chat from Tayton. Thank you, Tayton, for the super chat. Education is also part of the reproduction of capitalism and the bourgeois, so no wonder Mao wanted control of that. This is certainly why they care. Oh yeah, well, education controls the minds of the next generation. That's why the colleges of education and the K through 12 schools were the first things they came for. Kino, I'm going to do this. Don't worry about it. I have a specific vision for this. If you want to futz around with it, go ahead. But like, I have a vision. Maybe you can do it better. We can have a competition. Let's see.
Less than $10 to make is sold today for $250 per vial.
Hang on, we got a super chat over on Rumble from Deb. Deb says, I don't understand how their brand of socialism differs from the socialism that has failed in other societies. I'm assuming they think it differs. Otherwise, why would they think it would work here? Deb, we have very literally watched presentations where they've talked about this. They've written entire books about the fact that, I kid you not, real socialism has never been tried, and they're going to do it right this time. Pinky swear, bro, they promise. They really do believe that. So, like, you guys can't debunk them with this. I know you want to try to debunk them with this, but you can't debunk them with this. You cannot debunk them by saying, did you guys know that socialism has failed every time it's been tried? Because they are very literally going to tell you, we're going to do it differently this time. Real socialism has never been tried. It's just like, it's a fruitless argument to have, is what I'm saying. It's like one of those things where, like, you need to discard it because it does not work.
All of these health conditions correlate directly to increased stress, lack of safe housing, poor availability to healthy food, financial insecurity, and lack of time for sufficient exercise. All of these capitalist health inequities cause disease. So in a very real way, capitalism makes us sick and then tries to make money off of our health. Just like Big Pharma, insurance companies are only interested in profit. An estimated 26 million people do not have...
Do you know what's to blame? Do you know what's to blame for the health crisis that we have in the country right now? Capitalism. Capitalism is the problem. The only way to create a healthier society in the country right now is to get rid of capitalism, because it's capitalism that created the problem in the first place. Do you guys see how this game works?
Health insurance. The Supreme Court, allowing for states to opt out of the affordable health care, has allowed for right-wing attacks. Today, 12 states, 8 of which are in the South, refuse to expand Medicaid. With the stroke of a pen, this would give 3.5 million people, mostly who are of color, health insurance. Both big capitalist parties are unwilling and unable to challenge the capitalist healthcare system. Even Medicare for all, a single-payer health system, falls far short of a fully socialist and socialized healthcare system and is opposed by both capitalist parties. What we in the PSL believe is that we need to abolish the medical industrial complex.
That means collectivize all healthcare through universal healthcare. That's what she's going to say. But I just want to remind people, every time they say capitalism, what they mean is private property. I do not want to get into the conversation about crony capitalism or corrupt capitalism, because that's not what they're... That is nowhere on their fucking radar. When they say capitalism, they mean private property. That is what they mean. Private versus public, individual versus collective. They believe that both the Democrat and the Republican Party are bad. Like, they think the Democratic Party supports capitalism. Yes, they hate Democrats. Yeah, they hate them. They call them neoliberals. That includes AOC and Bernie Sanders, by the way.
Now let's talk about education. Vast inequalities plague the current U.S. public education system. Over 60% of students are crammed into overcrowded classrooms, leaving little opportunity for overworked teachers to reach every student. Half of all public schools need renovations to keep students safe. Wealthy families, typically white, continue to move away from urban centers, moving to de facto segregated suburban schools or paying to send their kids to exclusive private schools. Meanwhile, public schools where working class children from various nationalities remain are starved of resources. That is because in a capitalist economy, the purpose of public education is to produce obedient workers for the available jobs.
Someone said earlier, Tayton, was it you? I think it was Tayton. Hang on. Tayton's super chat earlier. Tayton literally said, education is part of the reproduction of capitalism and the bourgeois. Tayton just said, education reproduces capitalism by producing the next generation of proletariat workers. Brilliant.
The majority of...
Hang on. Zachary has a question. Carlin, do you believe socialists believe in the eventual dissolution of the state, need for government after socialist revolution? Okay, this one is a little tricky, Zachary, because a lot of socialists will call themselves anarchists, and they will talk about the abolition of the state, but they're not anarchists in the way that I'm an anarchist. I want the government gone. I want no government. I want zero government. I want a completely voluntary society that has private property, and then people make voluntary agreements and voluntary associations and that sort of thing. When these people say they want to eliminate the government, what they mean is they want to eliminate the government as we know it, the capitalist government, and they themselves want to be kind of the new state. They want the party, the comrades, the party to control the distribution of resources. Because remember, these people are anarcho-communists, okay? It's not that they don't want people, they want all resources to be collectivized. They want the community, the comrades, the party to control the resources. Think about in 1984, right? In 1984, you had the proles, the proletariat. You had the outer party members, which Winston Smith was an outer party member. And then you had the inner party members that really controlled everything. They believe that they are going to be the inner party members. So, do they want to abolish the government? They want to abolish the capitalist government, but they themselves want to become the government. They are the ones that want to control the resources. Make sense?
Jobs today are low-wage service sector jobs. From the capitalist perspective, there is no profit incentive to boost investment in education because a higher education is not necessary to fill most low-wage jobs. So parts of the ruling class are either trying to figure out how to privatize public education to make money or to defund it and narrow the number of students with access to higher education. This is the context for major assault on affirmative action. In 2 Supreme Court cases, Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard and the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, this attack aims to abolish affirmative action, a policy that only exists to correct the wrongs and injustices of this system. If, now a strong if, the case is upheld, it would cut the number of Black students at Harvard from 14% to 6%. The current reality is that less than 40% of the US population has a bachelor's degree or higher. And the rate has also been declining since 2010, particularly among marginalized groups. Among the white population, 30% go to college. But among the Black and Latin population, only 17 and 11% respectively go to college. This is because working class families are unable to send their kids to college, as many do not qualify for a loan. Those who do make it end up working multiple jobs to survive. Tuition increases every year, forcing students to accrue enormous debt, where Biden can cancel all student debt with a signature, but refuses to do so.
I wish he would.
The deans,
I want
provosts,
my
and other
socialism.
made-up administrative positions at universities continue to make record profits. Schools, like healthcare, like everything in this capitalist world, are run like a corporation. We must be clear. Under capitalism, working class people are seen as replicable inputs that exist to make someone else money. We are constantly working and not able to sleep. We can't eat well. We can't take care of ourselves. We're stressed by the conditions of capitalism and this endless busyness that's an issue that disproportionately impacts women. We must recognize that this system is a disease, but there is a cure.
Oh,
socialism.
Oh, I know we were all shocked that socialism is the cure for all the evils that capitalism has perpetrated on society. I know we are shocked at this revelation that this is what the left wants. I know we are all just really taken aback by that point. Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. They are statists. They need the state to roll the tanks out to expropriate to decolonize land, Rottweiler, to decolonize land and property, and to enforce the redistribution of wealth. And that's another conservative influencer mistake, labeling them as anarchists. These people are not anarchists. They're not anarchists at all. Not in any real way. That's exactly correct, Rottweiler. Thank you for that. So one independent over on Rumble says socialism is dependent on others, even if they don't contribute. One independent, under socialism, if you don't contribute, you don't eat, because the socialists control the access to the food. So if you want to eat, you're going to contribute. Yeah, everyone's like, no way! We had no idea the answer was socialism. Let's just watch that again. That was so great.
Recognize that this system is a disease, but there is a cure.
Socialism!
Socialism is the cure. Thank you.
I'm rocking with Donna because Donna's rocking with us, y'all. All right. Healthcare and education are fundamental to life. We will fight until all people have free, quality, and dignified healthcare and education. How many people here don't have healthcare? I'm broke, y'all. I can't afford that shit. Now, for our final speaker in this plenary, I'm very happy to introduce Kim Smith. Kim is an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, co-founder of the Soda City Bail Fund, and outside liaison with Jailhouse Lawyers Speak, South Carolina. She is also the managing editor of Breaking the Chains magazine. Kim will be speaking on resisting the racist attacks on voting rights in the Solid South. Please welcome Kim.
It's good. Can you hear me? All right. I know I'm the last. Everybody feeling good? You still with me? Okay. All right, so if y'all don't know me, I'm a very proud Southerner. I'm a very proud Southerner. I was born and raised in West Columbia, South Carolina. Proud to be from the South. Even though I'm here in Georgia, we still represent South Carolina all day, every day. All right, the South got something to say. I'm proud of our people, our culture, our strength, and our revolutionary history, because don't get it twisted, the South has a very revolutionary history. And and that's what I really want to speak with you about today. Our revolutionary history and the racist, sexist, Christian nationalist, capitalist system and power structure that has attempted to keep us down. So the U.S. South is one of the...
Now I just want to note, now a lot of people on the right say that these people are all about abolishing religion. The very first mention of Christian nationalist, Christian anything that we just heard happened just then. And they completely glossed over it. My point is this, is that I'm not suggesting that socialists are the biggest fans of religion in the world, because they're not. But what I am saying is that socialists usually actually don't talk that much about religion. The only times they talk about religion is when they're looking at religious groups as a political organizing force. That is the only interest they have in them. Well, no, Illustration Station, this is the Women's Socialism Conference. So they're going to have all women speakers because it's the Women's Socialism Conference. But I understand we hadn't actually talked about that is the literal title, Women's Socialism Conference.
The most revolutionary places in the world. I would argue that it is the most revolutionary place. Don't let nobody ever tell you different.
Oh, so one independent over on Rumble seems to think that I'm a socialist and is now calling me lazy and expecting like the system to pay. Okay. So one independent, you're just not the brightest crayon in the box. Thank you for stopping by. Go away now.
But the racist system that we live under, the racist capitalist system that we live under, has attempted to destroy this legacy with violence. And one major act of violence is the way that it has tried to restrict our right to vote, the way that it has tried to restrict the Black vote. But we are preparing in the Party for Socialism and Liberation, we are preparing for a national attack and fight back for our democratic rights. So the first thing I want to talk about is the Solid South. What Dartrisha forgot to mention in my bio is I'm also a little historian. I'm a little bit of a historian. So I have to tell you about the history. So after the Civil War, the newly emancipated free enslaved people began the project of Reconstruction. And during that project, the leadership's first step was passing very sweeping pro-worker legislation that gave them rights to negotiate their labor contracts. This was something new, right? And they also started to get the right to vote. They started demanding the right to vote because they knew participation in the political system was key for us to keep our liberation. Now, what this has to do with women is women actually led a lot of these charges. Even though we were not allowed to participate fully in the Reconstruction government, we were behind it. Don't ever forget that. We led the charge of educating our people. And we had women like Charlotte Rollins, who was out campaigning for women, for Black women to have the right to vote. So this has always been a part of our purview and a part of our politics. Public schools were enacted. You have people like Reverend Charlotte S. Riley, who campaigned and got so many public schools in rural South Carolina.
So KB for me says, I honestly expected them to talk more about race. Not that they don't bring it up a lot, but I expected more to be about race. The reason, KB, that you're expecting more about race is because a lot of people that don't watch socialism don't understand that every single time these people talk about race, they're really talking about capitalism. So do you know how we hear capitalism is like every fifth word these people say? Every single time they're talking about race in the public zeitgeist, every time you hear white supremacy, racist, anti-racist, all of these things, they mean capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. All of these things are code word for capitalism. And so when they're in their spaces, they don't actually talk about race all that much. Every once in a while, just for flavor, they throw some intersectionality points in there. But ultimately, when you break down what they're talking about, it's always and forever a reference to capitalism. So good observation. And I hope you understand that all the references you're hearing to capitalism, that's their way of talking about race.
Carolina. And because of the Reconstruction government, that is the reason that public education exists today. And schools were open all across the South. We funded medical care for poor citizens. Alabama provided free legal counsel for poor defendants. Laws alter relations within the family. Black women finally had the right to get a divorce. We widened the grounds for divorce. Women were actually also negotiating labor contracts during this time period, and expanding property rights for married women and protecting minors from parental abuse. So these reforms actually brought massive support from workers. They also brought the wrath of the salty planter class. So they conspired to bring down the newly elected Reconstruction government. The Reconstruction government was quickly overthrown. It was a very complicated process. They used financial strangulation by Wall Street. They used actual fascist KKK terror. They also used political terror. The political terror was so great that they were like stealing elections. There was more people voting for the Democrats than actually lived in the counties. It was political terror on all different levels. The federal government quickly abandoned the Reconstruction governments and emboldened the white racists in the South who returned to power one by one. They conspired to never allow the rise of workers to power again. I want you to think about that. In 1867, they said that they will never let the workers go to power again in the South. And they've been keeping it that way. And this is how the Solid South came about. So if you're not familiar with the Solid South, it refers to the consistent election of ultra-right-wing and anti-worker politicians throughout the South.
Anti-worker means
anti-communist. Anti-worker, patriarchal, sexist, Christian nationalist legislation in the South. While we're working class people were not really voting against their own interests, so to speak. They have been oppressed, politically oppressed, continuously oppressed, and marginalized. They have been tricked. A lot of the poor workers have been tricked into identifying with the ultra wealthy capitalists based on racism. Rather than aligning with the Black working class, those race divisions were created on purpose by the ruling class of the South to maintain power. The Solid South is a strategy of the capitalist ruling class in the United States by maintaining.
Guys, I got to run to the little communist room. I will be right back. I'm going to let this play. Please make sure you note anything in the chat that I need to hear when I come back. I'm going to be super quick as always, but I've been streaming for 3 hours now and I need the little communist room. Okay, I'll be right back.
Maintaining a division between the workers, which should have been natural allies, by curtailing Black freedom. They made sure that the pro-socialist, pro-woman, pro-worker movements were always stopped in the South. Wall Street and their representatives in the federal government can always rely on the solid block of anti-worker power. Since the overthrow of Reconstruction, the white supremacists in power in the South passed racist laws that forbid the Black community from ever voting again. Even after the emancipation of enslavement, they made sure that Black people couldn't vote. They had poll taxes, literacy tests, and used fascist KKK violence to keep Black people away from voting. And for white people, they passed grandfather clauses to make it easier to register. This is how things were in the Jim Crow South, the fascist Jim Crow South, I want to add. Mississippi, for example, cut the percentage of Black voting age men registered to vote from over 90% during Reconstruction to less than 66% in 1892. Now, coming back to the present, we still have racist gerrymandering. Georgia and Texas have some of the most racist and undemocratic laws against voters and voter restrictions. And I want to make it really, really clear that this impacts women because when Stacey Abrams did her initial government race, Black women came out to vote in such full force. That is when they began passing some of their
back.
most
No more
repressive laws against
tomfoolery.
voting. It
No
was
more
because of the
shenanigans.
political power of women, Black women. They know we were a political force. The Republicans in Tennessee passed a gerrymandering measure to divide the 5th congressional district around Nashville. There were new district maps that split majority Black and Latino neighborhoods in rural majority white areas. Previously, Black people made up about 24.3% of the voters, and Latinos made up roughly 13% of the voters. However, Black voters have plummeted to 11.9% of the total, while Latino voters will fall to about 10.3%. And I also wanted to tie this to mass incarceration because in 2016, a woman named Crystal Morgan was actually arrested in Texas for exercising her right to vote. Let that sink in. A Black woman was arrested for exercising a democratic right. This is by design. The rise of the modern racist mass incarceration system of prisons has also disenfranchised millions of people. An estimated 4.6 million people are disenfranchised due to a felony conviction. 1 out of 50 people, 2% of the total US voting eligible population, is disenfranchised due to a current or previous felony conviction. So there are thousands and thousands and millions of people who cannot vote. They cannot exercise they're counted on the census, but they can't vote. The rates are worse for Black people. 1 out of 19 Black people of voting age is disenfranchised. In 3 states, Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee, remember this is a trend in the South, 1 of every 13 adults is disenfranchised. Florida has over 1.1 million people currently banned from voting, often because they cannot afford to pay court-ordered fines from previous convictions. Registration purges are taking place all across the U.S. South. In 2018, right here in Georgia, 340,000 people were purged from voter registrations, listed by the Secretary of State, Brian Kemp, who in a conflict of interest was also running for governor.
Boo.
This is like the players of a sports team also controlling the referees. This is how Kemp blatantly stole the election from Abrams. Leading up to this recent election, 130,000 people in Georgia have had their voter status challenged. Right now, the laws in Georgia allow for any white racist who wants to challenge a black person's voter status to immediately stop their ability to vote. In North Carolina and South Carolina, in our recent midterm elections, it has been documented all of the racist violence that has been happening to people just trying to exercise their right to vote. Leading up to this recent election, our democratic right to vote has been attacked and attacked and attacked so much to the point that this so-called democracy is not really one at all. This is not a democracy.
Is this why they are against the idea of IDs to vote? Because IDs are capitalism. Ding, 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 ding. IDs are, I mean, really think about this for a second. Capitalism is represented to these people by individualism and meritocracy. IDs are quite literally the most individualistic thing you can do. IDs are to say, this is my individual identity. When you see yourself as an individual, you do not see yourself as part of the collective. Isn't that crazy?
This is not a system for the poor and dispossessed or the working class, and this is not a system for women. These are taxes are going to...
And I'll go one step further with that, because they're not necessarily against IDs for everyone, are they? They're against IDs for Black people, because they are against Black people seeing themselves as individuals within a meritocratic society. What businesses did Black Lives Matter burn down in Minnesota in 2020? What businesses in Minnesota were explicitly targeted by Black Lives Matter mobs in 2020? Does anyone remember? What businesses were specifically targeted to be burned down in 2020 by the mob? Black-owned businesses. Black-owned businesses. Black-owned businesses. Black-owned businesses. Exactly. They don't want Black people to own businesses because they don't want Black people to be entrepreneurs. They don't want Black people to own private property. They don't want Black people to embrace individualism and meritocracy, because all of these things, successful Black-owned businesses, means that Black people are engaging in capitalism, which is the ultimate evil. Do you guys see? Black Lives Matter was never about Black lives. It was about a far left political ideology, and them trying to rope every single Black person as a collective, because these are collectivists. It was to rope every single Black person into this far left political ideology. The ones that were like, no, we're starting a business, they had their businesses burnt down by Black Lives Matter, because they don't want Black people engaging in capitalism. That means individualism and meritocracy. Same thing with the IDs. Do you see how the dots all connect? When you understand the language, do you see how the dots all connect? That's why you got to know the language. The Black part is not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. It is not irrelevant at all. because they need Black people to see themselves as part of the collective rather than as individuals within a meritocratic society. They hate it when Black people own their own businesses. They hate it. They call them the black face of white supremacy. They call it multiracial whiteness. What they believe is wrong with meritocracy is individualism, and meritocracy uphold capitalism. You cannot have capitalism without individualism and meritocracy. You cannot have individualism and meritocracy without creating a capitalist society. Their number one enemy is capitalism. In order to take out capitalism, they need to take out individualism and meritocracy. Black people being successful entrepreneurs go against everything these people want you to believe is true about society. That's why they are completely against Black people owning private property in the form of small businesses. That's why Black-owned businesses in Minneapolis were specifically targeted in 2020. Does everyone understand? I know this is a lot. But when you know the language, when you know the pattern, everything becomes very, very clear why they do what they do. And when we know why they do what they do, that's when we can get ahead of them. You cannot get ahead of these people if you don't understand why they're doing what they're doing. They hate Black women in power positions as long as those... Okay, so Ketanji Brown Jackson, right? Ketanji Brown Jackson is a Supreme Court justice. They are very much in favor of Ketanji Brown Jackson. Why? Because Ketanji Brown Jackson is a leftist. Ketanji Brown Jackson supports their policies. So they're cool with Ketanji Brown Jackson. They don't care that she's a woman in a power position because she supports their policies and is therefore good. But think about Clarence Thomas, right? They hate Clarence Thomas. Why do they hate Clarence Thomas? Because he's a conservative. And if Clarence Thomas was a conservative woman, they would still hate Clarence Thomas. Let's call him Clarice Thomas, or like whatever the female version is of Clarence. Like if Clarence Thomas was a Black woman, they would still hate her. Because it has to do with the political ideology, it's not about the skin color at all. This is why I keep telling people, like, it's not about skin color at all. It's about the people that adhere to their political ideology versus the people that don't. Then get the fuck out, Judy, if you can't listen to me, and you can go find someone else on the internet that's going to teach you this. But if you're going to be a whiny little cunt in my chat, you're not welcome here. Goodbye. Do you see how I deal with people who come in and disrupt my class? You want to insult me? Goodbye, bitch.
To continue and intensify. Right now, as we stand here, the Supreme Court, which is on a war path against the people, is taking up a case called Harper v. Moore out of North Carolina, which could result in the biggest setback for voting rights since the overthrow of Reconstruction. But we all know it needs to be done, right? We all know that we need a new system. In the PSL, we are beginning plans to launch a fight back and a mass movement to not only secure the right to vote, but to expand and redefine what democracy even means in this country. And we can't do it on our own. We need every one of you in this room to join us. Are y'all gonna join us? I really wasn't convinced, and so you gotta convince me. So are y'all gonna join us? So we will not surrender. And I just want to say something I learned, since my comrades just came back from Africa. We say abash capitalism. Abash. Abash capitalism.
Thank you, Kim. I always want to hear Kim talk about the South. That's what convinced me to join the party, actually. I went to the Southern Liberation School that the PSL hosted. It was a 4-week series on the South, and that is when I joined. All right, I want to thank all of our great speakers. Those were all really incredible talks. Can we give it up for the speakers again?
2 hours into it. 2 hours into it.
So, as
Are
you know,
people wearing
art
masks?
is a part of every.
Do you know what I just noticed? Okay, there's not a mask mandate because there are people who are not wearing masks, but like probably about half the room are wearing masks. This person's wearing a mask. This person is, this person is, this person is, this person is, mask, 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 mask. This was 1 year ago. Mask. They're all fucking wearing masks.
Every single one of our lives. Claudia Jones says, yeah, people's art is the genesis of their freedom. It brings us together, helps us understand each other a little deeper, and it is a fundamental truth in humanity. Art is a key
Oh, did
element
they say
in the
that?
movement,
I didn't hear that.
as it sparks something
I was probably
in
yelling
us
at
that
someone.
is often indescribable. It adds fuel to our fire. As people who want to see a better world, we're going to present something now called Mystica. Mystica is the spirit of struggle. Mystica is the revolution in our hearts. It is the art of the working class. It is anger. It is sadness. It is love. It is joy.
What is
It is
this
a
about?
revolutionary optimism.
What is this
It is the
about?
people's
Oh
cry.
no. Oh no. You know what I'm starting to freak out a little bit because I'm flashing back to that time that we watched the NYU student film, and I feel like we're going to be treated to like the veterans of my channel will know what I'm talking about. This was one of the most traumatizing things I've ever watched. About a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, we watched a New York University student film in which they kidnapped a bunch of senior citizens and made them do gender role. It was just like the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And so I feel like we're walking into that and I'm a little afraid. Okay, everyone, guard your loins. What the fuck are we getting?
It is a way for the working class to speak their truest selves. And I know y'all are tired of me talking. So with that being said, I would like to introduce Monica Johnson again and Addison Clapp to lead us in some Mystica, y'all.
Y'all ready to get loose? You know, we're gonna synthesize the mind and the body right quick just to get everybody back active. Although these speeches were so energizing, right?
If you want to do a dance or something, you can feel free to get up from whatever you're sitting in and do a dance in your living room or like whatever.
No. Okay.
Okay, everybody. It's been a long couple of hours, so we're going to get the blood flowing a little bit. I want everybody to stand up, please. Try to have at least a little bit of room around you. I know it's difficult. We've got a packed house. So the way that this is going to work, Monica is going to lead us in doing some stretches. In the meantime, I will be providing some socialist mantras that we can all repeat.
Oh God!
Sort of calm down,
God.
stretch,
oh no!
Get the blood flowing a little bit.
Oh no!
What is
I'm
our first stretch
resisting
gonna
so
be,
much
Monica?
fast forwarding through this. We need to do it though. We need to do it.
We're gonna start. I can't really. Up, 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 up.
Remember, they're collectivists. They do everything as a group.
Okay, everybody repeat after me. We are here to sharpen each other.
This is the cult indoctrination. This is a cult. Socialism is a cult. Don't get sucked into
To
it.
remain malleable enough to be shaped.
This is Jim Jones level vibes, guys.
to push forward the projects of our predecessors,
They're fucking doing yoga. They're fucking doing yoga.
to present an alternative to the people.
Just in case you forgot this was a cult.
We are driven by dreams of unity, driven by conception of community, driven by the needs of humanity.
I'm going to make a t-shirt that says Jim Jones is a socialist. Tayton says, notice the men in there, conservatives, this women's socialism conference isn't to... Yeah, this is actually a really great point. There are men there, guys. There are men. They didn't ban men or anything. Oh, God, this is so creepy.
Driven by revolution as reality.
Is that a trans person? The voice says trans to me.
We are here to cultivate our collective vision, to bring us closer to fruition, to bring about the end of captivity.
Do it, Keto, do it.
The end of capitalism.
Oh my God!
What? We apply these affirmations to realize a socialistic creation.
Oh my God! Everyone drink.
We are
Drink.
building a foundation on which we fight for liberation.
That means liberation from capitalism. What the fuck?
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, that was great. Oh my God. Did anyone else have a moment there? Are we all in the cult now? Did we just all join a cult? I think we did.
Y'all feeling loose?
No.
Yeah. You need a snack?
Yes.
Remember, we are not your owners. You can get up, use the bathroom, stretch, get food whenever you feel like it.
That's stunning and brave of you, Wade. Stunning and brave.
All right. So now I'm going to introduce our red table talk.
Oh God,
Okay,
a red
I'll give y'all
table
a minute,
talk.
actually.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. A red table talk, really? Jen, that's exactly right. We have real horror in front of us right now, and this is real. This is real. All right, guys. I just want to do a quick time check. We are 2 hours into the 6-hour socialism conference. Now, I know there's 4 hours of the stream because we take time to talk about things. My goal is to get us up through hour 3, okay? And then we're going to break. And then we'll do the second part next week. That's my plan. So if you're with me, I know this is a long day, but this is a really good event. I'm really enjoying this video. I have 2 more beers in my beer cooler. And I want to invite everyone, if you have not already, to mount the like button. I want to say hi to anyone that's new here for Socialism Saturday. You've come at a great time because I've got a really good buzz going, which means I'm probably going to be less inclined to yell at people. If you have questions about what's happening, please let me know in the chat. But this is where we need to persevere, guys. Remember, I sat through 3 days of this bullshit in person for all of you. All right? I need you to get through 1 more hour of it. We can make do. Let's keep going. Red table talk. Everyone get up and do a stretch and dance a dance if you need to refocus. Eat an edible. You know, do whatever you need to do. Go get the vape. Did you guys hear that Jada Smith announced that she was never really married
let's
to
move
Will?
through the line quickly. The neighborhood
How crazy
church
is that?
very nice, but we ain't here all day.
I've got my husband bringing me home an ice cream sundae because, like, I'm going to need a fucking ice cream sundae after this. I'll tell you what.
All right, so now we're going to get into our first red
There's
table
a reason
talk.
for that.
This will focus
Because
on
socialism
the key
is a
issue
cult.
around abortion rights.
Yes!
To start us off,
Oh,
we're going to hear
awesome, awesome. I could not have asked for a better topic. Abortion rights. Here's my prediction. Not only are they going to be talking about reproductive justice and abortion, they're also going to be talking about trans surgery. Pay attention. How many times do they bring up trans in the abortion rights red table talk? Did you know that Jada Pinkett Smith was in a hardcore band in the late 90s and the early 2000s? They actually went on tour. I saw them. They weren't bad. She was the singer of a hardcore band. Diverse woman, diverse narcissist, Jada Pinkett Smith is. Anyway.
From Ruth Beltran. Ruth is an immigrant from the Dominican Republic, an organizer with the PSL, and the co-host of the Ruthless Truth radio show, where she provides a socialist analysis for the different issues our communities face today. Ruth will discuss why the Democratic Party refused to defend abortion rights. So please give it up for Ruth if your hands are free.
I fucking love socialist abortion talks. They're so dystopian.
How's everybody feeling? Are we energized? Yes. How many of you have given your vote to the Democratic Party?
Boo.
Right? All right. So let's examine that. The overturn of Roe v. Wade forces us to reflect on everything that has happened in the last year. It also makes us wonder why the Democratic Party has failed to codify Roe v. Wade into law in the last 50 years, decades of opportunity. But instead of codifying Roe v. Wade into law, the Democrats have used abortion rights as a political pawn and talking points for fundraising opportunities. This year, elite politicians from both parties have shamelessly used abortion rights as a political football to secure short-term gains.
Hang on. We welcome groypers here as long as groypers want to learn. I have no, bro, you broke the cardinal rule, which is you don't insult me. Goodbye, asshole. Listen, we welcome groypers here as long as groypers want to learn and want to be like not dicks. I don't ask a lot, groypers. As a reminder, as we're moving into hour 3, we have 2 rules in my chat. I do not have an unmoderated chat. You will not insult me. You will not insult other people in the chat. Number 2, no whining. If I ask you to stop doing something, just stop doing it. If you're here to learn, everyone is welcome. If you're here to ask good questions, we have groypers that are regulars on the stream now, which I think is great. You are welcome here as long as you're not being an asshole. All right, let's keep going.
At the expense of women's equality. From the Senate to the White House to the campaign trail, the bought and paid for representatives of the ruling class have made it clear that they have no principle in the matter. Democrats failed to codify Roe v. Wade into law despite having decades.
Hang on, Kino. Kino says, Carlin, I'm doing a thing. I'm sure as hell. I'm going to hell. I'm sure you'll love it. Be on the lookout. Okay, Kino, I trust your judgment. All right? Do your thing, bro. I can't wait to see it. A groyper is a follower of Nick Fuentes. They're typically younger men that are incels, and I'm not saying that as an insult. They call themselves incels. And, you know, I have recently become connected with the groyper community. And though I don't consider myself a groyper because I'm way too old and way too female for that, they're welcome here because some of them are really smart and they want to learn.
Of opportunity, as I already mentioned. They also failed to codify Roe v. Wade into law during the Clinton era and during the Obama era as well. During his time as president, Obama failed to codify Roe v. Wade despite Democrats controlling the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives from 2009 to 2011. For decades, the Democrats has presented themselves as the party that defends our rights. However, this is far from the truth. In recent years, the Democrats have not only failed to codify Roe v. Wade into law, but they have also directly funded and openly fundraised for known pro-life candidates. Let me repeat that. They have fundraised openly for pro-life candidates. And this is the example with Nancy Pelosi's support of Henry Cuellar, who is a representative in Texas, a Democrat who is openly, not in the closet, but openly anti-choice. The Democratic establishment also backed anti-choice Congressman Daniel Lipinski in the primary for Illinois' 3rd Congressional District against a pro-choice woman. Do you hear this? They openly supported someone who was pro-life over someone who is pro-choice.
Yes.
And this was Marie Newman in the 2020 election cycle. Well, as we know, Newman.
Oh, yeah. So for people who haven't, there we go. The groupers are doing their thing again. So again, guys, just to make sure people are clear for people who are new, these are socialists, okay? I know that some people think that like progressives are like far, far, far left. No, these are the far left of the far left. They don't like progressives. They don't like Democrats because they don't even like democratic socialists. By the way, guys, these are not democratic. We are not watching democratic socialists right now. I know, again, a lot of people might be confused by that. These are these people. There may be some overlap with democratic socialists, but mostly these people do not like democratic socialists either because they think that they're too close to capitalism. So no, the Democrats for these guys are like moderates at best. They do not like them. They do not like Joe Biden. They don't support them. They don't want to vote for them, etc., etc.
Won that race because the people spoke. The Democratic Party is ruling for the most extreme anti-abortion, far-right candidates and proposals to prevail because they believe that this will help them in this recent election that just passed. Having abandoned nearly all of their campaign promises for progressive change that will benefit working people, Democrats have almost nothing left to campaign on other than their opponents are worse than them.
That's actually true.
But perhaps the most cynical of all is the Democrats' continual refusal to pass a bill that will legalize abortion. Do we all remember the Women's Health Protection Act? Right? So once again, right now, at this moment, the Democrats control both the White House and the entire Congress. So if they are willing, this is what they are missing. If they were willing to eliminate the undemocratic filibuster rule in the Senate, then they could legalize abortion immediately without needing a single Republican vote. But instead, they are using the issue to fundraise and hoping that the threat of an even further curtailment of abortion rights will boost the turnout now in this election. The struggle over reproductive rights is hugely consequential. Is anything really more basic democratic right than the ability of us to control our own bodies? But even still, politicians will only take us seriously if we force them to. So this is not the time to accommodate ourselves to post-Roe reality. Let's not do that. At this crucial moment, the movement must not let Biden administration off the hook. The fear of demanding too much and alienating top Democrats is a strategy that has already proven to ensure defeat. Now they have failed to put their money where their mouth is. Empty words of solidarity are not enough when people's lives are on the line. Every individual denied abortion right is at risk of pregnancy-related death or serious impact to their health, as well as long life, economic, psychological, and personal safety consequences. So remember what we just mentioned. The politicians will only take abortion seriously if we force them to. So a mass fighting women's movement could galvanize all those under attack and turn the tides against the fundamental erosion of our rights. We need strong, sustained fight back movement nationwide. And in addition to that, we need each and one of you to join the fight. So will we join today? Will you join the fight? Will you join the fight? I love how our eyes are wide open now, how we can see clearly the intentions of Democrats, how we can see that they are really the left hand to the right hand that the Republicans are to the same exact system of exploitation. So now I truly do look at them differently every time they try to speak at our protests or they try to fundraise. Now they have proven, right? We can see it for their own actions. And we know that liberation will not come from them when it comes to abortion rights. So I really hope that each of us join the movement to fight for abortion rights nationwide. Thank you.
I thought we were having a red table talk. I want a red table talk.
Don't forget to join by putting your little card in your folder in the big red box in the back. You said you would. I'm holding you to it. All right. Thank you, Ruth. Now we're going to hear from Kristen Butler. Kristen works as a nurse in a hospital taking care of postpartum patients and newborns.
Why do I know that name?
Midwife. Kristen is going to lead us in an activity with our base groups at your red table.
Oh, God.
By a brief talk. Please welcome Kristen.
They're doing an activity. Okay. Oh, okay. This is an excellent example of the socialist haircut, which is something we haven't really talked about that much. Hang on. Let me get a good screenshot. This is an excellent example of the classic socialist haircut. They really do have this haircut. Again, like for people who don't know, I have gone to like multiple of their events. There are two main socialist haircuts that they have. One is the black women all have big, like not all, but like a lot of them actually do really have big, beautiful afros. And it's actually kind of a glorious thing because that's an amazing haircut. Can we just be honest? The white socialists have this haircut, which is the mullet haircut. And her bangs are actually really long. Usually they have tiny, teeny little bangs. And then they have the sides of their head shaved and they have the mullet in the back. This is a real thing. You will see a sea of these haircuts if you go to a socialist event. It's like part of their culture. It's like the same thing as bad black and white line tattoos. They have a lot of them. I don't really understand it, but that is the socialist haircut. If you see people with this haircut, they are a fucking socialist.
I'm just gonna hold it. Hi.
Her head is shaved under her hair. You see that?
Hi,
Her head
I'm
is shaved.
so happy that you're all here. I can't tell you how amazing it is that you all showed up today. You're here today because you know in your bones there must be an alternative to the system that tells you that your voice doesn't matter. I'm going to speak on the abortion struggle in our state and the country, how the right was won in the first place, and how we will move forward. But first, I'm going to need a little help from y'all, okay? So look to your neighbors around you. Say hi. Hi. Hey there.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi, guys. Hi.
So tell me,
Hi.
how can we win the right to abortion in Georgia? We'll take a little bit of time to talk about this in your groups, and I want to hear your ideas. All right, have at it. How can we win the right to abortion here in Georgia? Go.
Oh, okay. let's fast forward through this. They're going to have some group discussion. Let's just fast forward. We get a little reprieve. This is great. This is making the time go by faster. Let's have a fast forward.
Everyone. All right, I want to hear from you.
Excellent.
How can we win the right to abortion in Georgia?
Organize.
Hey, okay. All right. Hold on. I'm a point. Okay? You. Fight the system. Abortion is healthcare. All right. Who else? What do we got? How about y'all's table? And
hopefully they repeat what they say. Because I can't hear shit, and I know you guys can't either, but hopefully they repeat what they say.
right. Abolishing capitalism as a tool to get abortion for all. I think there's something there.
Guys, you know how we make abortion available to everyone? We abolish capitalism. You guys want to abolish capitalism? It's like, do you guys know how in the chat you learn over time that all of the answers to all of my questions are capitalism? Well, guess what? The socialists learned the same thing, and every time they're like, how do you want to do something? Abolish capitalism. It's the answer for everything. Capitalism is the universal answer for everything.
There. I think there's something there. Yeah. All right, y'all. I want to address what we talked about in my speech, okay? You know, you brought up some really interesting points. To know the way forward, we must look to the past to understand what led to this moment, right? So why did the right wing focus on abortion in the first place? Does the right wing care about abortion? Absolutely not. Abortion will always be an option when a right-wing politician or any conservative millionaire needs access. The right to an abortion was selected as the single moral issue by the white supremacist right wing to launch a long-term strategy to undo the rights won through struggle by the Black liberation and civil rights movements over the decades. The far-right sections of the ruling class have never accepted the expansion of social, political, and economic rights for people of oppressed nationalities in the country. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 marked the ending of legal apartheid and the system of Jim Crow. The 1965 Voting Rights Act came after, which legalized the Black vote on paper. The mass movement started in the South by Black organizers.
Okay, I have literally never heard this argument before when it comes to abortion, and I've listened to a metric F-ton of like far left abortion content. I have never heard the argument that the far right selected abortion as part of their crusade against Black people. So this is a new one for me. I don't know where she's going with this. I just have to trust that eventually it's going to come back round to having something to do with capitalism, but we're going to go down this road. Why not? We're already on it. But like, this is a new one. I respect when socialists come up with new arguments that I haven't heard before, I suppose.
In the 50s spread throughout the country, developing into a multinational, nationwide movement. There was great power in the Black liberation struggle, the anti-war movement, women's liberation movement, and the LGBTQ movement of the 60s and 70s. One movement drew from the other. Millions of people were radicalized and demanded a new system. These pieces of legislation and the growing mass movement proved devastating to the right wing. These rights won through mass action. The mobilization of tens of millions of people were too popular to outright attack. The right had to find a new way to reorganize their base, and abortion was the perfect wedge issue. So since 1980, the right wing has consolidated power through well-funded campaigns and quiet organizing to pack the courts and state legislatures with ultra-conservative zealots. As mega churches and televangelists gain control, their influence over a captive audience could be bought by politicians looking to win votes. The reactionary moral majority politics appealed to many Americans that were feeling the effects of economic recessions. A reactionary, I do want to point out, is someone who believes that life was better before social progress. Instead of looking to the root of the problem.
Really? That's not...
The reactionary...
I love that. A reactionary is someone who believes that life was better before social progress instead of looking for the root of the problem, which is, of course, capitalism. Let's listen to that again. I've never heard that definition of reactionary, though, so I wonder... Yeah, okay. Let's just listen.
Politics appealed to many Americans that were feeling the effects of economic recessions. A reactionary, I do want to point out, is someone who believes that life was better before social progress. Instead of looking to the root of the problem, capitalism. The reactionaries pointed to the decline of family values as the reason working class families were suffering. Conservatives were able to build their base by opposing abortion. They did not care about abortion as a moral issue, but used it as a pawn to pass legislation limiting social spending, cutting back government regulations on big business, and the power of labor unions. For decades, the right wing threw challenges to Roe v. Wade at the state level, hoping that any one of the hundreds of unconstitutional bills would be picked up by the Supreme Court in their favor. The right to an abortion was weakened little by little until this June, when 6 unelected, lifetime appointed Supreme Court judges decided that abortion would be left up to the individual states, rendering abortion illegal for like half the country. The loss of Roe v. Wade has been disastrous for women and all those seeking abortion. The reality of a post-Roe America is...
Can we just reflect for a moment? This is a reflection of the fact that I've had 2 beers and I'm about to have a third, which is going to bode really well for all of you. She just said women and everyone seeking an abortion. Can we just reflect on that one line? Women and all those seeking abortion. Abortion seekers. Let's listen again. That was great.
Would be left up to the individual states, rendering abortion illegal for like half the country. The loss of Roe v. Wade has been disastrous for women and all those seeking abortion. The reality of a post-Roe America is here, though we reject it. There are countless stories that show the harm that women and pregnant people endure when access to abortion is made illegal. It is inhumane and it is cruel. In June, a 10-year-old girl and rape survivor in Ohio was denied an abortion and forced to cross state lines. In Texas, Lizelle Herrera was arrested and charged with murder after a self-managed abortion. Women experiencing miscarriages are being forced to carry their dead fetuses until providers could parse out the legality of medical intervention. These are just a few examples of the horrors that are a reality as healthcare is criminalized. And the right, they've been emboldened by striking down Roe v. Wade.
No, they haven't.
Mobilizing to take away more of our rights.
False.
We've already
They've gotten
seen
even
attempts at
more
restricting
lazy.
abortion on the federal level, with Senator Lindsey Graham proposing a 15-week abortion ban. Boo. Boo is right. And while Roe v. Wade was once the law of the land, we now have a
Shame
patchwork
him.
of varying levels of abortion rights across this country. But working class people are fighting back. Right? Yeah. How are they fighting back? Kansas.
Yo, you're joking, but this is not a joke. They're teaching anti-racist math all over the country. The city of Pittsburgh just paid a socialist consulting company $50,000 to help them integrate anti-racist math into their school district. I have read the anti-racist math teacher training manual on this channel. It's 80 pages long. I read it like 2 years ago. You can go back and find the video. In the city of Pittsburgh, they're teaching tree equity in math class, which means in math class they're having discussions about why some parts of the city of Philadelphia have more trees than other parts of the city of Philadelphia. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, they are requiring teacher training to discuss how to introduce equity and anti-racist math into elementary school math classes. So and by the way, also in Cambridge, Massachusetts, they hired a teacher trainer for $32,000 to train their teachers on how to abolish whiteness and capitalism in the same year as they're requiring their teachers to learn how to integrate equity and anti-racism into math class in elementary school. So you might be joking. You might think you're joking, but you're not. It's real. Right now. Yeah. Yes, tree equity. I have the video clips. I posted the video clips on Twitter like 2 effing years ago. Tree equity. That's the director of math in the Philadelphia school district. We watched it for happy hour. Fun times. This is the type of reality check that you guys get on my channel that you don't get anywhere else. You're welcome. Subscribe to my Substack. Fund my work. I can only do this because of you. Thank you for providing me with beer to be able to sit through this for 4 hours on a Saturday. I love and appreciate you all, sincerely.
Is an inspiration. Even though Kansas is perceived as a deeply conservative red state, in a statewide referendum on abortion, the majority of Kansas voters chose to keep abortion legal. A grassroots movement beat back the far right and proved that people want abortion to be legalized. The clearest sign of millions of people's desire to stand up to the far right came in 5 abortion-related referendums on the ballot throughout the country. In Kentucky and Montana, that are considered by ruling class pundits as red states inevitably dominated by reactionaries, voters rejected right-wing anti-abortion initiatives. California, Michigan, Vermont overwhelmingly approved constitutional amendments to guarantee abortion rights. Yeah. Now, these victories were made possible not only by the tens of millions of people who voted on Election Day, but also by the huge numbers of people who
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate
and
you.
volunteered on campaigns that defeated the lavishly funded right-wing forces. They are an example of the type of grassroots sustained fight back we need nationwide. These referendums on abortion rights also show that the so-called red states are controlled by reactionary right-wing political leaderships that actively attack democratic rights and promote anti-worker policies, but the majority of the people who reside in these states are for social progress. And also the advancement of our collective rights. Later in the conference, we will speak more to the outcome of the midterm elections and what this means for the movement.
This was in 2022.
I want to briefly speak to the elections to make a point.
Bye, Chad.
The
See ya.
PSL is not partisan to the Democratic Party. Even so, Stacey Abrams' defeat to Brian Kemp is important, noteworthy, and it's a result of many factors, most of all being the suppression of the Black vote here in Georgia using a variety of tactics by the right wing. So does that mean the Democratic Party is going to save us? No.
No.
I know I spent a lot of time, talking about the right wing, but the Democratic Party, thank you, has done nothing to protect abortion rights. The millionaire elites that control the Democratic Party don't even want to claim abortion rights on their platform. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, she's a second in line for the presidency, said that abortion
No. Well,
shouldn't
yeah, I guess.
be a
I think second.
litmus test to be a Democrat. President Biden promised that codifying Roe into law would be a priority if the Democrats won the midterms, when they already had a majority. Our basic rights to determine our reproductive futures are not bargaining chips for votes.
She's really confident there.
Now, as the people of the so-called red states across the country are showing, the decisive factor is not which politician of the two corporate ruling class political parties is in office.
That means capitalism.
The deciding factor is the organized action of the working class, of millions of people. Only independent grassroots organization and mobilization can defeat the right wing. There is no substitute for mass action. There is no substitute for struggle in the streets. We have to ask some fundamental questions here. Tell me, why in a country where over 70% of the entire population fundamentally supports the right to an abortion, that we don't have this right guaranteed? Why is there not a popular referendum ballot measure process available to us in the state of Georgia? Huh? Shouldn't the people have the right to decide? The question of abortion rights in capitalist United States is inextricably linked to the question of democracy. Do we live in a democratic system? No. No, not yet.
No,
yes, revolutionary optimism.
Oh my God!
Yes.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! That was so perfect. So, do you know how we said earlier that the definition of democracy for these people is socialism? And it's democracy. It's like them having control of the central government, right? That's their definition of democracy. Well, what did she just say? Do we live in a democratic society? No, but that revolutionary spirit is there. Oh my God, that was so perfect. She basically just confirmed what we already said earlier, which is their definition of democracy is literally socialism. That's what revolutionary means. Revolutionary, radical. Unless you hear a person saying radical that's like a pizza delivery man or like a surfer or a Ninja Turtle or something like that, like they mean socialist. Radical means socialist. It means extreme. Okay? Revolutionary means socialist. Radical revolutionary socialist. That's what they mean.
Linked to the question of democracy. Do we live in a democratic system?
No.
No. No, not yet. Yes, revolutionary optimism.
Not yet.
Yes.
Revolutionary optimism.
Is our electoral system democratic?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
These are the questions this conference aims to grapple with. Roe v. Wade was not won by the Democratic Party in 1973. The right was won through a mass movement of millions in the streets. Roe v. Wade was won under the Nixon administration and had a conservative majority in the Supreme Court. Remember, the country had just come out of legal apartheid. The most important lesson we have learned this summer is that any right won under the capitalist system can be taken away. We shouldn't have to fight for our most basic human rights year after year. No right under capitalism is ever guaranteed when a handful of unelected judges or a small elite gang of millionaires have the power to make decisions for hundreds of people. Yes! Abolish the Supreme Court!
Holy shit! I told you earlier, they view the Supreme Court and the entire judicial system as an extension of capitalism that is designed to impress their inherent socialist revolution and natural rights. She just said abolish the Supreme Court. Are they speaking in tongues? People like this are the best. Can we Google Kristen Butler? Can we find everything that Kristen Butler has ever said on the internet, please? Can we? Because she's saying the quiet part out loud like a lot now.
We must build a system in which abortion on demand is guaranteed once and for all.
Oh, yeah?
That system is socialism!
I just want to say, you're all welcome. I know no one else on the internet is showing you this shit. You are all welcome. If you want to know where abortion on demand comes from, we found them. We found them right here. She's so proud of herself. Look at her face. She's so proud of herself right now. This is incredible. Let's listen again.
We must build a system in which abortion on demand is guaranteed once and for all. That system is socialism!
This is the
and we have to fight for that new system. But we can win abortion rights right now in the state of Georgia. We can fight. We can fight for this reform and win it. We can win anything if millions of people move into action. My body! My body! My body! Fight, fight, fight! Abortion is a human right! Fight, fight, fight! Fight, fight, fight! Thank you!
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you. That was good. Yeah, I don't know what we're yelling about. That was great. Did anyone else like really feel that? That was probably one of the best presentations of the night. Rottweiler says, see, this is what socialist discipline means, the acceptance of it, which is why she alluded to not having revolutionary spirit, textbook Maoism. Indeed, Rottweiler, indeed, indeed. This is going just great. All right, let's keep going. Half an hour left, guys. About half an hour left, and then we're going to call it. You guys are all hanging in. This is great. I'm pretty drunk, so I can't be held responsible for anything I say, which is why I poured another beer. Cheers to everyone that's still here. Half an hour left. We're going to do it. It's going to be awesome. Okay, let's go.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you, Kristen. We love you. Kristen's going to be my new Sophie.
Are we ready to win back our right to abortion, y'all? I know I am. All right. Next, and the last speaker for this Red Table Talk is going to be Claudia.
This is not a Red Table Talk.
Claudia is a local artist and the designer of our main graphic that you will see on the t-shirts and posters. She is also an anti-imperialist organizer.
That means anti-capitalist.
Claudia will give a talk on how women in the global South are winning and she will follow it by leading us into a song and dance. Please welcome Claudia.
A song and a dance. Oh, good. Exactly what I was
There
hoping
is
for.
a world beyond the United States. And that world
What?
may only exist 2 feet in front of us. But when we fail to look around us, we fail to connect the struggle that unites us across borders. This summer, the progressive movement in the US had the rug pulled out from underneath us. When the Dobbs decision, the ruling to overturn Roe v. Wade, came out, collective shock set in before we saw a mass outpouring in the streets.
I don't think that's her bot.
Peaked, and so the numbers in the streets trickled out, leaving many to wonder what was the state of the abortion rights movement. Many people became demoralized, and confusion set in about the way forward. Many people looked to the November elections and voting more Democrats into office as the answer. This perspective offers no hope, as comrades Ruth and Kristen have made clear here today. In this instance, it becomes particularly important that we look to our sisters and friends in the Global South, who are fighting for
Global
the right to
South
abortion
means South America.
and more, and winning. There have been victories culminating in Latin America over the last few years. After decades of struggle, Argentina legalized abortion in 2020. Mexico decriminalized it in 2021. And finally, the Colombian Constitution Court followed suit in 2022. Like dominoes, the flood of support for reproductive rights swelled into a wave of legal victories. And a common thread that weaves through all these landmark outcomes, the central force easily distinguishable by its green bandanas. Known as the Marea Verde, the green wave is a mass movement of women and people united in the struggle for.
Hang on, got a super chat from Trendlin. Thank you, Trendlin. At the LP California convention in February, we need to introduce a libertarian song and dance to rally the cause. I'll work very hard on that, Trendlin. I promise. Thank you.
Free and legal abortions. Founded in Argentina nearly 2 decades ago, the Green Wave began as a part of the national campaign for safe, legal, and free abortion. Activists and organizations managed to raise bills to the Argentine Congress that, although they were struck down, ultimately raised the struggle to new heights. And the real turning point occurred in the mid-2010s, when a string of femicides sparked the Ni Una Menos movement. Fed up with rampant machismo, sexism, and unabashed violence against women.
Wait. Can we just talk about the term rampant machismo? Listen, I watched professional wrestling in the 90s. I know what machismo means. Rampant machismo. It's like, isn't it like, maybe I'm wrong about this, but isn't that like masculinity? Isn't it like machismo, like toxic masculinity? Rampant machismo? Razor Ramon in the 90s had machismo spot. Like Google it.
Everyday people rose up in mass to the streets. At these protests against gender-based violence, the vital link between abortion access and women's oppression was realized. The protests catapulted the demands for free and safe abortion to the forefront of the women's movement. The mass movement for reproductive rights inspired women all across Latin America, and the Green Wave spilled over borders. A common critique of the US struggle we hear from the South is that it is too isolated, that it does not hear the cry for solidarity from its neighbors. We in the US must be intimately familiar with the struggle abroad because we're in the same fight. There's much to learn. Only when we see the differences, such as the vibrance of a mass movement, The Green Wave began as a grassroots movement that eluded partisan political parties and single organizations. This created the space for diverse sections of the working class to join and breed vibrant political discussion. We're also led to believe in the United States that it is leagues ahead of the entrenched and conservative society in Latin America. But the first state to legalize abortion in the Americas was Cuba in 1961. ¡Viva Cuba!
Viva
And
Cuba.
it was
Yes.
after Cubans fought and defeated U.S. imperialism and declared themselves a socialist country. U.S. politicians demonize and infantilize the people of Latin America as backwards, helpless, and less civilized. And we reject these racist narratives. We must break from American exceptionalism and join the international fight for abortion rights. And look at where these victories have occurred in recent years. In Chile, overcoming decades of fascist dictatorship. Colombia, until just very recently, was a steward of US imperialism in the region. Mexico has been plagued by decades of political corruption and extreme violence. So we are talking about victories in very difficult political terrain. But these victories were made possible by popular struggle, independent working class resistance, and grassroots political power. We too can build a movement like this here. We too can build a militant movement and bring millions into the streets. The everyday people in these mass movements have more in common with us, the people struggling in the US, than the media and the elite political class would have us believe. Many activists across Latin America acknowledge the long road ahead. We are suffering from a reversal in our rights in the United States, but we can win these rights back and continue to push the fight forward for a system that will not allow our rights to be attacked or undone. And that system is socialism. We stand in a united front that spans borders, that spans decades, and will push us all forward. Our rights will not automatically be guaranteed, but with struggle and unity, anything is possible. So, out of the Green Wave movement in Chile emerged a popular protest song called Un violador en tu camino. This song became a feminist anthem.
Better to
across
give
the
into
world.
it.
The rapist being
Just go with
referred
it.
to in the song is the capitalist state. Today in solidarity,
The rapist being referred to in the song is the capitalist state.
this song became a feminist anthem across the world. The rapist being referred to in the song is the capitalist state. Today in solidarity with our sisters and friends in Latin America, we'll be singing and dancing together to this song. This song is in Spanish. If you open up your registration folders, you'll find it in the left side pocket, and it's on a green piece of paper, much like our green bandanas. Please pull it out. And if you have a green bandana, also pull that out, and you can wear it as we dance and sing along to this song.
Oh, good. This will be a great way to wrap up the stream today. A song
please
and dance with a green bandana. I'm knitting a green shawl. This is perfect. Do they all have green bandanas? Do they seriously all have green bandanas? They get. Wow. Oh, you found her Facebook, Reagan? Thank you. Everyone pull out your
And
green
start
bandana.
by swinging to the side.
Nick Fuentes is going to be thrilled by this.
El patriarcado es un juez que nos juzga por nacer. Y nuestro castigo es la violencia que no ves. El patriarcado es un juez
Look how out of sync they all are. They're all out of
que
sync.
nos juzga por nacer. Y nuestro castigo es la violencia que ya ves. Es femicidio. Impunidad para mi asesino.
I love all these white people swaying out of sync with the beat. None of them are in sync with the beat. And none of these fucking white liberals knows how to speak Spanish.
Es la desaparición. Es la violación. Y la culpa no era mía, ni dónde estaba, ni cómo vestía. Y la culpa no era mía, ni dónde estaba, ni cómo vestía. Y la culpa no era mía, ni cómo estaba, ni cómo vestía. Y la culpa no era mía, ni dónde estaba, ni cómo vestía. El violador eras tú. El violador eras tú. El violador eres tú. El violador eres tú. Son los pacos, los jueces, el Estado, el presidente. El Estado opresor es un macho violador. El Estado opresor es un macho violador. El violador eras tú. El violador eras tú. Violador eras tú.
Truth.
El violador eras tú. Duerme tranquila, niña inocente, sin preocuparte del bandolero, que por tu sueño, dulce y sonriente, vela a tu amante carabinero. El violador eras tú. El violador eras tú. El violador eras tú. El violador eras tú.
It doesn't matter what the translation is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. Banjo understood tacos. Oh, this is great. All right.
All right, y'all. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. Five
All right.
minutes. When I say 5 minutes, I mean 5 minutes.
All right. They're breaking. We're about 3 hours into the video. I'm going to say that's enough for tonight. We've been streaming this for 4.5 hours. We've gotten through almost 3 hours of their conference. I want everyone that's still hanging to give yourself a round of applause. We got through the first half of the Women's Socialism Conference tonight. We will resume next week where we will watch the second half of the Women's Socialism Conference. Congratulations, everyone. You did a great job. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope this was actually kind of a really good introduction if you're a newbie to Socialism Saturday. I think it was actually really worked out well. So, guys, that's all we have for tonight. I take Sundays off from streaming because, I have a life too. But if you want to join us for a movie night tomorrow in the supporter Discord, then please head over to the Substack. Please make sure you sign up as a paying member, $8 a month, $80 a year. I will be sending out a newsletter to the Substack tomorrow that looks a little bit like this, except it's going to be tomorrow's newsletter, not last week's newsletter. When you get this newsletter, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you're going to find this section that says Supporter Perks. You will be able to access all the supporter perks, to include the supporter Discord, to include the Zoom calls, all that good stuff at the bottom of the email that I send out tomorrow night, Rottweiler's got the last super chat of the night. She's talking as if our Marxist president in Mexico is getting rid of corruption, but he's just as corrupt as any Marxist. It pisses me off because there are rumors he won't step down next year. Of course he won't, Rottweiler. Of course not. All right, guys. Great night. Good job. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out.